I propose that you provide each staff member with a flat rate hazard pay of $1,000 at the end of each month. Instead of providing hazard pay on a percentage basis, the flat rate option would be equitable and is deserved by everyone who continued to work during this time. Giving Sheriff's Office staff hazard pay in the amount of $250 per week or $1,000 per month beginning March 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020 would be deserved compensation for added hazard duties for our employees who continued to work during this pandemic. Our staff is continually exposed to the threat of this virus on a daily basis. My office staff has worked as scheduled during the entire pandemic. Our communication officers, patrol deputies, office staffs, civil process servers, investigators, court security officers are essential employees that are continually required to work during this time. Our office has been open to the public 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Deputies and investigators have responded to calls for service, entered complainants' homes, conducted death investigations, made arrests, transported defendants, met with the public, introduced citizens to the video magistrate, performed traffic stops, transported mental health patients, supervised inmates in the emergency room at the hospital, and been in direct contact with positive COVID patients. My employees lost their pay raises and bonuses this year, as well as have endured a health care increase. I cannot think of a better way to say thank you to our first responders than provide them with this form of hazard pay. Since our first initial request in May of 2020, the amount of $212,000 to cover 53 staff members from March 1st, 2020 through June 31st, 2020, there has been no compensation allocated to the Sheriff's Office staff at this time. With the continual of the CARES Act now going to the end of the year, December 31st, 2020, the total amount allocated to the Sheriff's Office would be at $530,000. The Sheriff's Office has 42 full-time employees and 11 part-time employees. $1,000 per month hazard pay for 10 months for 53 staff members is $530,000. I would greatly appreciate your consideration of this matter for my employees. This is not for me. This is for them. I believe they deserve it. I believe they worked hard for it. I believe it's the very least that we could ask in regards to my employees. And just don't listen to me. I've got a couple that wants to say a few words that has actually experienced some of those circumstances.
All right, I'm Jason Elton with the Sheriff's Office. Just to go over a few of the numbers surrounding us. I'll start out with the smallest total cases per county surrounding us. Pulaski County had 175 cases, 3 deaths. Floyd County, 181, 3 deaths. Wythe County, 204 cases, 3 deaths. Patrick County, 250 cases, 13 deaths. Grayson County, 287 cases, 8 deaths. Galax, 405 cases, 28 deaths. Carroll County, 460 cases, 19 deaths. And then Surrey County, 1,240 cases and 20 deaths. Every one of those we've probably snagged somebody or come into contact with outside that county, and there's no questions about that. The jail bill tells that story. We're the highest besides Surrey County in this area, surrounding the counties. Pulaski County is receiving a hazard pay, their next pay period, so that might be tomorrow. And they're the lowest on the totem pole as far as total cases. I'm not trying to downplay that. There's been numerous members of the Sheriff's Office that have been in direct contact, as the Sheriff stated, was subject to tested positive for COVID. Several law enforcement officers within our department have been quarantined due to this exposure, to the exposures, including myself in April. And once again, 3 days later after I returned to work, so I was quarantined for 14 days. I worked a Monday, Tuesday, I was off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I got a call, which I didn't have a choice to respond to a DUI, possible DUI crash on a lawnmower, which I had to go hands-on with the subject. And then later on, his girlfriend was nice enough to inform us that he had been exposed to COVID. So 3 days later, I'm exposed to it again. Thankfully, everything worked out in our favor. When I was quarantined, it obviously triggered my family being quarantined as well. My wife had to miss work as well. It was an uneasy feeling, sitting there cooped up waiting to see if I was going to have symptoms rise at any time. But worse than that was wondering if I was going to give it to my family. You know, I signed up for this, but they didn't. I don't want to give COVID to my 5-year-old. You know, and in law enforcement, we don't have the luxury of being selective of the calls we go to. If we get dispatched, we have to go. There's no other option. We can't refuse to respond to calls where EMS needs us to secure a scene, or refuse to enter some of the filthy residences we go in to make sure that the scene's secure so that the other first responders can go in and make sure they're safe for EMS and Department of Social Services. We can't refuse to go serve an emergency custody order, and when we serve it, we have to go sit at the hospital with them, you know, up to 8 hours. And I don't know, to me, that's considered a hot spot. I mean, if you're sick enough to go anywhere, you're going to the ER, and that's where these emergency custody order people have to go to. You know, the citizens of this county, they're sick and tired of the drug-infested county that we live in, unfortunately, and they look to us to do something about it and to make an impact, which they should. With that being said, the only people that I see out here on the streets digging through these vehicles that you see stopped on the side of the roads, kicking down doors, doing search warrants, digging in these pockets, these people, searching them for drugs, trying to make an impact, is these people behind me. You know, that's our job, but, you know, we signed up for it, but we're not going to stop it just because of COVID. It's just part of it. We can't stop doing our jobs. We have an obligation to make a difference and to make this place safe regardless of COVID, so.
Chuck Edwards, investigator with the sheriff's office. Some of the surrounding agencies that he was talking about, as far as the cases, number of cases that they've seen in their counties or jurisdictions, most of those have all already been provided stipends from their government, from the CARES Act, to supplement them for their essential duties. You know, for us, it's with dispatch, extra duties for them. They're dealing with people on their very worst day, and they're having to try to go through COVID screenings to make sure that it's going to be okay for us to go in or EMS to go in. That's an extra workload on them. Civil process, you know, endless contact with the community, serving civil papers, going door to door, talking to numerous people day in and day out. Our investigators, you know, investigating a death scene, not sure what the cause of death may be, that it could be COVID, and you're inside the residence dealing with bodily fluids or whatever else may be there. Drug cases, you know, interviewing offenders, interviewing cooperators, and a lot of times their focus is not their health. Their focus is their next high. So, you know, it affects all of us. We work hand in hand with the Department of Social Services, doing home contacts, new investigations, trying to make sure that the safety of our children and our elders is our top priority. Courtroom security, those guys are out here every day at the gate, greeting every person that walks through the door into the judicial wing. All those people that we talked about before, they're dealing with every one of those, from the traffic tickets to the misdemeanor arrest for juvenile and domestic, all the way up to the circuit court stuff. They're seeing every one of those people come through their gates. So it doesn't just affect one small part of our department, it affects the entire department. Thank you.
The reason I had a couple of my staff here to come speak to you folks is not to spec, they can tell it better than I can. They're out here on the front lines. As you can see, a lot of my staff is here with me this afternoon. That's because they wanted to come. It's their lives it's affecting. They're the ones that's being affected, as you just heard, on a daily basis. And we'd appreciate any consideration that you would for my agency, for my staff, to help them in this time that I know that we're all dealing with. But I believe as hazard duty goes, as far as being deserved, I don't think we can find no more better deserving than my staff. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for your question.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. Sheriff, how many, what's the rate of coronavirus in the regional jail?
Right now in the regional jail, we only have one, as of my past meeting this past week, that was current at this time.
So fortunately, we don't have but one right now, but
In the previous, I can't, without the numbers in front of me, I couldn't tell you without by memory, but we've had several in the regional jail. But this past meeting, this past week I was in, there was only one current at this time. Sorry, I don't have the numbers in front of me for that. If you want to contact me later with that information, I can get that for you. Any more questions, gentlemen?
Sheriff, we always appreciate you,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
as we know. One of the things I just wanted to mention, there's a lot of other people that have made requests, and a lot of people I think that are deserving. There is a limited amount of money, and later on today, I've got a recommendation on your request if you want to stay and listen to it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Is there someone here from the clerk of the court?
Dr. Littrell, if I may, if Mr. Good's not here, I'll present his case for him, if that's okay.
He's here.
Okay. Cheryl, I was getting ready to speak for you.
I think he was back in the crowd.
I was back in the crowd, so. Go ahead and start. Okay. Good afternoon. It's good to see everybody. I appreciate everything that you're doing every day. Appreciate everything. I know this is a crazy times for us all, but I do, on me, on behalf of my office, I do appreciate everything that you're doing, in terms of keeping our county moving forward. Mine is very short and sweet and to the point. I do want to highlight some things in terms of my office is that, not to degrade, put down any of my colleagues or anything like that with the clerks across the state, but I just want to let everybody know that we never closed our office down. Not in day one. When COVID hit, our office remained open. Some clerks' offices actually closed their office to the public. We did not. We kept our office completely open to the public. We, of course, did our practice, safety practices in terms of checking everybody at the gate. Everybody has to require to wear a mask that comes into our offices in the court system. There was in our judicial mercy orders, which I think we're on our 10th or 11th one. We've got a judicial mercy all the way to the 11th of October now. And that affects our court systems as far as hearings and things of that nature and jury trials. However, in those mercy orders, the clerk's office shall remain open, and that was something that I really took to heart, and I always did my best to still serve our citizens. With that, we were COVID ready. I am really proud to say that even before COVID hit. And what I say by that is that we were able to, we had our officer of the court remote access already in place. We had our secure remote access already in place. That's with the online deeds and records. We had our simple file, which was people were able to submit their recordings electronically. And then we also had the Virginia Judiciary e-filing system, where attorneys were able to file their civil cases electronically. So I have to say that, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I'm just very proud that we already had these initiatives already in place before COVID hit. And so we were very thankful that we worked really hard to get those already in place. We also had the video teleconference system in the courtroom. This is one way for defendants to still participate in hearings, but we didn't have to transport them. So all that was already in place. And so we were very thankful and blessed that we were able to have that in place as well. But in all, just wanted to sum up that, but the reason why I'm here is that for the CARES Act, when I mentioned about secure remote access, we were very proud to say that all of our deeds and land records, including our plats, and as well as certain marriage licenses, all of our wills are can be assessed electronically. What I'm requesting here today is basically we don't have any of our state highway plats on the system. VDOT and several of our title searchers and surveyors still have to physically come to our office and to our deed room to access these state highway plats. And again, with back scanning, with indexing, everything does come with a cost. None of our state highway plats are digitized or available on the system. We also have done a lot of our back scanning and indexing in-house for our mayor's license. However, our part-time position that we did once have, did a lot of this type of work. I actually did some of the back scanning myself, but the mayor's licenses, it does come at a great advantage of offering it digitized, available online. We also provide access to the genealogy club. And so, the more information out there online, the more access that people have. And so, with what I'm requesting here with the CARES Act is only comes to a sum a little over $12,000. I know that there's other departments that are in great need of the CARES Act, but this is something that I feel that, our office services and putting things online does fall under the requirements of the CARES Act in terms of requests. And so I just come here today to ask you for this help. I think that this reduced the traffic for VDOT to have to physically come in if we can put their state highway plats on the system. And then also with the mayor's licenses, it does reduce the handling of the books. It also gives more access to more mayor's licenses for not only the genealogy club, but for anybody that has access to our system. So does anybody have any questions? Anything? Yes, sir.
How long will it take you to get this done? Can you comply with it before the December?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, we worked with our vendor CoFile, which does basically all of our preservation. CoFile is the vendor. It's out of Greensboro, North Carolina, that also has done all of our preservation work through the Library of Virginia Preservation Grant Program. So we definitely, once it's approved, we can definitely have this done by December 31st. Yes, sir. And as you can see, the date ranges, the mayor's license only is from 85 to 93, but then the state highway plats is all the 11 books. So.
Any other questions?
All right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Take that under consideration.
Thank you.
Social services is up next. It's hard to recognize people with masks on.
I know, and I'll be glad to
I
do it all
know.
for you. Thanks. It's really hard to wear one.
You sure you don't want to put it back on?
I think I'm okay. I'll stay really far away from y'all after Crystal hands this out. That's right. At least they're colorful. You'll be able to see them when they land. So, I'm short and sweet to the point. I have provided a spreadsheet of the visits, face-to-face, cases we've approved. So, for the acronyms of the world of DSS, CPS is Child Protective Services, APS is Adult Protective Services. Then that other CPS is CPS Ongoing, which are cases that are held for anywhere between 3 months to, we have some that we've had like a year and a half, keeping monitoring. And so, as you can see, they've done a minimum of 520 visits. And that's 87 visits a month. So that's 87 different homes that they have been in with each month. The APS screenings for the month of March, that was face-to-face, but the rest of them, due to the nursing home screenings, is a more at-risk population. So instead of the nurse and the APS worker going in, they did them telephonically, and have continued to do that because we work with the health department to do that. For the benefits cases, all the cases that, any application that we received was approved unless it was outlandishly, their income was over. Nobody was taken off of any type of benefits and still hasn't been taken off any benefits. So they are maintaining 200-ish cases extra a month plus the ones they already had. When we go into October and November, they have redetermination on 600 and 900 cases, which is about 3 times more than what they typically have. And then in fraud cases, we've been out, 20 times, which it doesn't seem a lot, but fraud cases are really hard to get to us, and they're really hard to prove, and so therefore, that's pretty high. And especially during a time when nobody should be losing their benefits, or their benefits shouldn't be, they shouldn't be getting them. So, unlike any of the other departments of social services throughout the state, none of my workers teleworked. With the board, we just decided that it was in their best interest to stay at least for 8 or 10 hours. We knew that they were in the office, and we were able to monitor what contact they had. And I was able to put into effect, if they go to home visits, they have to wear gloves, they have to wear masks. We even got foot coverings from the emergency services. And, they maintained their 6 feet away and even did visits outside if there wasn't a concern of the condition of the home. So they did all of this when everybody else wasn't even doing home visits at all. Everybody kept asking me, well, are you not going to do telework? Well, at first, over half of the computers didn't even have the ability to be taken home because they were desktop computers. So they started shipping in a bunch of laptops. Well, then we couldn't get any of them to work. So instead of just having somebody sit at home for 8 hours trying to get their computer system to work, I told them to come on into work. And they seem to appreciate to keep that normalcy. But I really feel like they've went above and beyond to make sure that this community is getting the services and the help that they need, because what we deal with is the most vulnerable: kids, elderly, people that are on disability. And without that service, you would have a whole lot more issues in your community. So during that time period, 6 workers were exposed or possibly exposed to COVID. I know that seems like a low number when you're looking at the total amount of visits that they did, but if they had tested positive, I would have had to close the agency for 2 weeks. Montgomery County had 14 positive cases and was closed for 3 solid weeks. So for 3 solid weeks, other agencies was helping them get their benefit applications approved, helping them go out and do home visits, because 3 of the social workers were positive for COVID. They didn't have any symptoms, but they were still positive, so they couldn't go out and do the visits. So, if everybody was at a very high risk of being exposed, and they did their job regardless. They saw their kids, they saw the adults, they did it regardless. So I'm asking for part of the CARES Act money for hazard pay for the employees of the Department of Social Services, $1,600 per employee for the months of April, May, and June. So $1,600 for April, $1,600 for May, and $1,600 for June.
For 41 employees?
For 41 employees. There were some that were on maternity leave during that time but came back, so we'd be able to tell when they were there that would follow this. And then there are some that have retired since then that I guess wouldn't be up for it because they're not continuing to work during the pandemic. So they would greatly appreciate it. They don't know anything about it, so I don't know if it's televised that I'm even asking, because they deserve it, and they don't deserve to be disappointed if it doesn't occur. Is there any other questions?
Got one question. Of course, currently, I don't think anybody can be evicted. Can you speak just a second about rent relief? Is it needed when we come out of the rent restrictions that for people not to lose their apartments and stuff?
At this point, we haven't had a lot of calls of people being evicted for lack of payment. A lot of people are getting evicted for their inability to keep their home appropriate for landlords stuff. So I don't know, we have a funding source from the United Way. I'm trying to think, it's a few $1,000s that they have sent to the agency to be used for that type of thing, if there's somebody that comes in that is, behind on their rent or anything like that. So that was like a gift. If we don't use it, it goes back to the United Way. So all of the service workers and everybody that's doing benefits, if we have that type of call, we haven't had it yet, so we haven't used any of those funds.
Well, currently, the way I understand the legislation, you can't evict anybody, but my concern is whether, when that ends, are people going to be faced with evictions, and whether we should set aside some money for now to have that for you to dispense for rent relief.
A lot of the housing that would probably have that issue are subsidized housing anyway, so it's based off of their income. And unless they didn't really have any income, so that's how they got the apartments in the first place. So at this point, I don't see it being a large number that would need that. We don't even get a whole lot of, again, knock on wood, a lot of calls of people being homeless. So when we do, we try to direct them to any of the rescue missions or things like that.
So you don't get a lot of requests for people that need help making their rent payments each month outside of the low income anyway?
No. Well, then because there's not a whole lot of rental property here either, so that may help the calls. But I haven't had anybody contact me about mortgages or anything like that. And it's pretty out there that there's funds available, and everybody seems to contact the Department of Social Services if they think there's a fund available, and that hasn't been something that has been real prominent since this has all occurred, luckily. Anything else?
Is there someone here from the 4-H?
Ready to hand these out?
Hello, my name is Jeanette Reynolds, and I'm the new center director at the Southwest Virginia 4-H Educational Center. I actually took over at the center on March the 25th, so it was perfect timing to sort of jump in and learn a lot more about the organization than I maybe would have otherwise, as far as where we sit economically speaking, financially speaking, where our values and our priorities lie, et cetera. And I really appreciate this opportunity to come and meet with you today. With me is Ron Tweed. He's been on the board of directors for the 4-H Center for about 25 years, we were talking about. I'm not certain if Jeanette Mungo, I know that she's been in touch. She's here, yes, as well. And she is the 4-H extension agent here in Carroll County. So I didn't necessarily prepare a lot of statements because I know that you've heard from me probably more times than you'd prefer. But just to summarize, what I've shared with you in this folder is just an updated version of a request letter that I originally sent out, I think in June. So this is just an updated request letter, sort of per some specifications that Wise County recently requested. Wise County is one of the counties that has already approved funds to support the 4-H Center at this time to ensure that we're going to be around to be able to serve the youth, hopefully next year, but in the future as well. And they're supporting the 4-H Center with a grant of $26,600. And that's in part proportion to the number of youth that we serve from that county at this snapshot in time. I know that in the past we have served more youth from Carroll County. At the moment, we serve around 40 youth. That includes teenagers as well as campers who are between the ages of 9 and 13. And then we also welcome positive adult role models who serve as volunteers during that time. So I have that request letter, as well as a support letter from the Virginia Cooperative Extension. And then just, we are in the process of filing our 990 per an extension request for 2019. So I just wanted to supply a profit and loss statement from the organization for 2019, so you have some financial record, and I'd be happy to provide more information as well. So just a brief overview, the 4-H Center is an independent nonprofit. It's a registered 501c3. While we do receive some support from Virginia Tech, like Virginia Tech does pay to cover my salary, so part of the funds that we're requesting, those would not go to cover my salary. We receive some funding annually from Virginia Tech, but the vast majority of our ability to operate comes from funds from programming fees and rental fees. And that includes from the camping programming that we're able to provide the youth of the region, like those campers that come to the 4-H Center from Carroll County. And actually, it's through the other activities that the 4-H Center does throughout the year that we're able to subsidize the cost for that 4-H camp experience for Carroll County youths and youth from other counties. So it costs the center about $300 a person to produce camp, and we charge the counties about $200 a person. And then there's additional subsidies and local scholarships and things that those campers might have access to further reduce the cost of that experience. So across the spectrum of affordable camp experiences in this region, we are an extraordinary experience available to the youth in this region as far as an affordable and therefore accessible camp experience. And you'll see on the first page here, this letter that I've updated to provide you is that, 4-H camp is not just about a fun vacation for these kids, although in our region, a lot of times the 4-H camp experience might be the only opportunity that these kids have for a type of vacation, or also an opportunity for them to gain independence and resiliency skills by being away from home, from their parents and their family for the first time. And so with the CARES Act funds, that would help to ensure that hopefully we'll be around beyond this crisis to be able to serve the youth. Like many businesses, like many small businesses, and pretty much like most nonprofits, we were not financially prepared to weather the magnitude of financial storm and economic impact that the pandemic has brought on. And so through these CARES Act funds, we're hoping to stabilize the organization in the short term and provide us for the opportunity to continue to plan so that, again, we'll be around in the long term. This is our 60th year of welcoming campers to the 4-H Center. Not quite the auspicious celebration that we were hoping for, but certainly one that's challenging us to improve and become a better organization to, again, serve the youth of the region, especially those kids that come from Carroll County. So I don't know if you have any questions or if I could yield the floor to either of my co-4-H people here.
I'm Jonette Mungo, as I've met most of you all already, and I am the 4-H agent for Carroll County. And the value and the resource of the 4-H Educational Center in Abingdon is huge. Since I have been here as 4-H agent, the in-school enrichment program that is keen on focusing on helping the Carroll County students improve STEM-related SOL scores in science has grown exponentially. And part of that is because when we take kids to camp, I have an opportunity to experiment and offer science-related courses that they take at 4-H camp. So in addition to growing the program here for the schools, at camp, we are offering them more hands-on science-related courses that they can take throughout that week. And those are projects that they get to bring home with them so they can tell others about that as well. In addition to that, a lot of the resources and materials that I use with our program here in Carroll County are housed at the 4-H Educational Center. So we develop things with the 4-H Center so that way we can broaden across the district access to these phenomenal resources and tools. And so we work together to do that. And so a lot of these kits, which are now being utilized in Carroll County and across the Southwest District to help address the virtual learning, which is something that I am working with and that I have already spoken with the school system about, is offering small kits for the students here in Carroll County that are coming from the 4-H Educational Resource Center and their kits that they have. So that way we can check them out and have our kids use them individually without sharing these resources and materials. And of course, Virginia Tech has devised a policy and a way for us to disinfect, sanitize, let them rest before we are allowed to use those with other groups within Carroll County or across the district. And so those resources that are helping to continue with our programming, even under the COVID-19 restrictions and the hybrid way in which we're going to school, is still being utilized. Our kids were not allowed to go to camp because of the spread of this. However, those resources are still available to us, and I still very much actively use them. And as of right now, we have both the wind kit and the solar energy kit in Carroll County, waiting for the kids to use. So the 4-H Educational Center is a year-round resource, even if, our numbers at camp have gotten lower. The reach has increased in the county with the resources that they provide outside of camping. Thank you.
I grew up in this county, and so I was a 4-H'er one time myself, but I've been on the board for a long time. And maybe one of you fellas, have y'all been 4-H'ers when y'all grew up? So you know how important this procedure is, for the kids of the county. As you know, as Janetta said, everybody's in a crunch right now, and to make sure that this thing stays ongoing, it sure would be appreciated, for your all's help.
Can I answer any questions? Sing any camp songs?
I do have one. You're,
I'm still using a lamp that I did in my electric project in 7th grade in 1957. And I'm an alumnus of Holiday Lake 4-H camp. I worked there for 3 summers, so.
Oh, yeah.
I'm familiar with 4-H.
Oh, wonderful. I was on the Northern Virginia 4-H educational staff for a couple years. And yeah, just a great start to my career, I would say.
That's a great program for the kids.
Yeah, thank you.
what is the total request? Is it the 9,000?
Yes, sir.
You see your way clear, I'd like to have some more if you could.
Well, I mean, I'd seen some different emails with different numbers, and I know it was going through different counties, so I just wanted to make sure.
Anyone else?
Percentage of positive responses we got from the other counties in the Southwest?
So we're not up to the 75% that Lee County has challenged us with. I don't know if that was clear. It was quite, I spoke with Lee County in July, and they approved $10,500 to the 4-H Center if 75% of the counties we requested funds from committed to half or more of what our request was. And so that's about 8 counties, and we're not to 8 counties yet. We have received funds from Wise County and Washington County. We have committed funds from Smith County. And then hopefully Carroll County would be a 4th county that we would receive commitment from, in addition to Lee County being a 5th county, or 6th county.
You mentioned Wise earlier.
Yes, sir.
Lee's committed contingent upon
Yes. They're flexible. They're,
Wise,
yeah.
Smith.
Yes. Or, sorry, Wise, Washington, Smith. And there are additional counties across the state. There's, I think, over 12 counties, at least across the state, that have committed funds to other 4-H centers.
A gentleman standing right next to you there, I used to stand beside him on defense way back when.
I'm not surprised.
And that gentleman over there, too.
I do, there is a special, feeling of authority standing with Ron there.
taught school with his wife.
Yeah.
Is there a designated fund, or what, is this to keep from laying off people or bond payment?
So,
What is the designated funds for?
yeah, so right now, we recently did have to lay off some of our staff, and that was because of the amount of operating funds that we have in the bank right now. We needed to make a decision about reducing the costs to operate on a day-to-day basis. The buildings themselves are old, and, some of them you still have to keep air or heat on throughout the winter so that they don't get mildewy or moldy. And so there's a certain just baseline cost to remaining functional, cutting the grass, keeping some of the air and heat on. And we had been able to continue to employ our full housekeeping food services staff through the summer. We did receive some news that a program that we work with for what has traditionally been 20 weeks out of the year, we work with a program called Road Scholar that used to be called Elder Hostel. And traditionally we do retreats for them for the past 30 years. And because they're a nonprofit as well, they've had to downsize their program offerings, and that included canceling all of the programs that they run from that we run for them from our center, which was a major blow to revenue. And they've canceled those through the end of next year, and without promise of them coming back. So the funds right now that we have in the bank, we're hoping to be able to just pay the bills and not go into default, to be totally honest. Through which point there hopefully will be summer camp, and to provide us a little bit of time also to pivot and to plan for how do we replace this 20 weeks of programming that we've normally provided for decades. And so right now we have a firm cutoff date when the money runs out. And so any funds that we will be receiving will allow us to just get us closer to being able to hire the staff that needs to be hired to launch 4-H Junior Camp, which we hope to happen next year. And if that doesn't happen, then the funds will be used to invest in new programs that will be able to produce safely, that will be able to generate revenue, that will continue to subsidize the service that we provide for the 4-H camps.
Has Washington, Wythe, and Smith fully funded your request?
Washington did not. Smith and Wise, yes. Yes, I believe. I haven't received the check from Smith yet, but they are committed to over $20,000.
Anyone else? Thank you all for coming.
Thank you so very much.
Look at that, might as well 4-H.
Yeah. My mom was a 4-H mom, so, I did take a sewing class, but, it's best to outsource that. Thank you.
Tammy, I see you all in the hall. Carroll County Schools are next.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
Just want to share. Tammy was on in the hall. Outside.
How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing well.
I'm good on you. Did you really?
It's in the office room, see?
I'd like to see that, yeah.
Just wanted to share with you guys an updated list of some of the expenses that we've had going on, and we probably bought more hand sanitizer and cleaning supplies and sprayers and all to distribute than you could ever imagine. Some other things, just programs to run the computers with at home. wireless access points to put on the outside of the school buildings. Just trying to extend those. Subscriptions to some of the programs that we're using with online students. Chromebooks, you know, we make sure that every kid had a Chromebook, all the teachers had Chromebooks. Some of the other stuff that, you know, we just really didn't think a whole lot about until it actually started hitting us, is if, you know, we have to pay everybody whether they're there or not. So if we have people that are quarantined because of exposure to someone, whether it was at school or at home or wherever, we quarantine those folks. We have to continue to pay them with the emergency COVID money, or the, was it Family First Coronavirus Act? We're required to pay 10 days for everyone without them having to use their sick leave. That increased our capacity quite a bit. So just wanted to share, you know, an updated information with that for you guys. Health services, you know, we have a lot of needs that we had for people to work safely with kids. Just unemployment claims, you know, for those that chose not to work when we first shut down. So we had some unemployment claims there. I mean, the list goes on, and I can keep adding to it and adding to it. But it just tends to get overwhelming at times. Just to let you know, though, we've had a good start. You know, we've had a few hiccups along the way, and a few quarantine staff members and a few kids. But aside from that, it's going. You know, we're making it through, and we're, you know, giving everybody in-person opportunities or virtual, whatever you choose. And it's, you know, it's not what we want, but it's what we've got, and we're working our way through it. So, do y'all have any questions for me on anything?
Do these expenses cover past July the 1st also?
Yes, sir. They do. Yep.
The entire period?
Yes, the entire period, yep, sure is. And if you'll look at some of the, like the substitute cost, the cost for teachers, that's kind of what we project throughout for the rest of the year. And you're looking.
On the second page, you have the meal delivery transportation cost. Is that over and above what the restaurants would have been paid normally?
The $20, we paid them a $20 hazard pay, and I think that's on up front for meal delivery.
This is down toward the bottom of the second page.
Bottom of the second page, let's see.
Transportation.
Oh, I see, yes, salaries, yes, sir. No, that's their regular salary. That's what we normally would have paid them. However, if we didn't deliver meals, then they would probably had to have been laid off. So we were able to keep them working, them and the cafeteria staff both, and we were able to do that by having them deliver meals, which turned out to be one of the most valuable services that we were able to provide over the shutdown, was, you know, making sure the kids were fed.
Can we share with them that we served over 460,000 meals from that March to May time period out to the community, to our families?
Yep. Over, average what, over 4,000 meals a day if you counted both breakfast and lunch. And we're still sending meals home, you know, having, allowing a day for those that are doing virtual instruction. They are able to come pick those up on Wednesdays. So, very happy to do that. And of course, I think y'all probably saw where the free lunch got extended for the Coronavirus Act through December 1st. So now we can feed all kids, not just K-5 for free.
Dr. Burnett, can you share with us the impact of what it does to the school system if you don't get this request?
Sure. Folks are gonna have to go home, bottom line. I don't think we can operate, with 1.7 million less. It'll be devastating to us in some way, shape, or form, and of course, we're a people business. And that's what,
I noticed this, you tabulated over $2 million.
Yes, sir.
The original request was $1,777,000.
It sure was.
It's the first thing I noticed, that gave me a clear indication that the costs are far exceeding what you
What we even planned
anticipated
for.
when I started talking to you back in July and August.
yeah, it did. We added that basically $290,000 just over the past few weeks. We've had to go back and recalculate some things, and of course, those are projections, but those projections are probably going to come true. It just depends on how long this virus continues. If it continues on and we don't have a vaccine or anything by the first of next year, and we're still having to quarantine people and send them home, we got to pick up the tab. We provide that 10 days paid emergency leave, but somebody has to pay for it, and that's us. So.
So instead of a 1.7, you really spent 2.2.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And I hear you say that only gets you through December 31st.
No, the December 3rd.
Projected through all of
Yeah, this is projected through the rest of the year. The December 31st was what I was talking about, the free lunch, that USCD is guaranteed the free lunch through December 31st for all kids. So,
Lastly, I understand you guys have put some hot spots at schools and for all.
yes, sir.
Everybody, can you explain those extra expenses?
Sure, yeah, we put some Wi-Fi hotspots out to where all of our campus is covered, all of our parking lots and all those. If people need to go after hours or during hours and sit in the parking lot to download assignments or whatever need be, they can use that, because we do know that our broadband access is deficient in some areas of the county.
Are you looking at any, I'm sure you've probably seen a lot of different things out there as far as what folks are using, maybe like when people walk in, the sanitizer, this UV light and things like that. Have you looked at some of those things yet?
We've
or
looked
do
at
you
some
have
of the
those?
UV lighting that you put in your HVAC units.
Yeah.
And we've talked a little bit about that, but we're just not quite sure yet where to go with that. We've put a lot of the disinfecting units in classrooms. We have, like our most at-risk kids, you'll notice on there, you'll see different kinds. And we do like an air wash system with the kids that are in our special ed severe and profound classes or ID classrooms, to where that the kids, that they really need the sanitized classroom. The sanitizing sprays and all, we're going through them like water. We do deep cleanings and just whatever we can do. We bought some not air conditioning, but the high capacity air purifiers for like our locker rooms and weight rooms, and in anticipation of being able to get back to sports, hopefully, next semester. And we would use some of those for in the gyms as well, pull them out of the locker rooms during games and use them in the gyms if we get to have an athletic season.
I guess you're losing revenue but not having sports.
A lot of revenue. High school has lost a great deal of revenue. They depend on football season. Football season and basketball season basically funds our other sports. So, and softball as well. So, hopefully we'll get to have those shortened seasons starting in December. But we'll just have to kind of see. VHSL will, give us directives there, so. Any more questions?
And I guess, I'm going through a little, even, the school got us some direct COVID CARES Act money, and it still puts you in the pinch. This is above and beyond all the
Beyond, yeah.
reimbursement that you have to do.
Yep. Yep.
Anyone else have any questions?
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you all.
Greg, are you representing Town of Hillsville? Are you representing Town of Hillsville? No, okay.
Our vice mayor is.
I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was hiding back there in the corner, and we came in mass in case you had questions, but to show the importance of this discussion. I'm Ed Terry. I'm the vice mayor of Hillsville. And the mayor had a dental emergency. He sends his regards, and I stood before you on July 13th, and we had some discussion there, and I'll reiterate one part of that discussion I think is vitally important that you gentlemen not lose sight of, is that all town of Hillsville citizens are first and foremost Carroll County citizens. They're your citizens. I'm one of your citizens. On July 13th, of course, at that point in time, only half of what's now the total CARES Act money had been received by the county. And we had some discussion. It was a, I don't know, we'd even call it a negotiation. We all came to terms pretty handily with how the number came about. If you recall, the town's share is called for in the CARES Act was actually a little bit less if we used the actual per capita apportionment rather than a percentage of county population. And so that difference went in the county budget favor, and so we said that's fine. But on July 13th, there was a motion made and passed unanimously without any caveats that I'm aware of that at least the first half of our first half of the first half of money, which was a quarter of what should now be the total. At that point in time, that represented $116,334 was to be issued to the town. So my first question, without being combative but questioning, why haven't we received that money?
If I'm not mistaken, I signed a check for that last week.
I appreciate hearing that. Seeing it would be even better.
Where it is now, I don't know.
Okay, someone does. Which, I appreciate that. So is it the consensus of the board that the check is in the mail? Is that?
No, sir. It should be approved tonight.
Okay.
After that, they still have to be signed before they're mailed out.
Very good. So that now represents what we see as 1/4 of the money. The total of the money that the county has received, the total going by the same way of tabulating it that we used in July that all of you gentlemen agreed to. So the grand total will be $465,336.20. I stood here and heard Dr. Burnett's examples of some of the things that are costing the school board more money than they anticipated. Well, we have agencies involved that require the same payments. For example, I don't know all the acronyms or the numbers or the portion of the act that requires us to pay an employee for that 10-day furlough when they're quarantined. So far, we've had 8 of those. So that's 80 man-days that we've paid, that this money is qualified money for us to use for those payments, but we haven't had the money. So I do appreciate that a quarter of it has been approved. Is there any reason that you're aware of that the entirety would not be approved forthwith?
I think my understanding was that once you signed that agreement, that written agreement, I think that's what we all voted on. But my understanding that has changed. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on,
I
it
don't
depends
know.
on the definition of change, sir. What was, and we saw it as a suggestion, not a demand. We're quite willing and prepared to debate it if it becomes a demand. But the suggestion from Mr. Dalton that we pony up even additional monies for the Carroll County Emergency Management Services was not part of the qualification statement provided by the Secretary of Finance of the Commonwealth of Virginia. We provided to you folks the same documentation that was in our packet. In fact, it's the same document that was signed by somebody representing the Carroll County Board of Supervisors in order for you to actually obtain the money that we as Carroll County have received thus far. But it's been 2 months since we've been here. If there is going to be a point of debate, when this clock is ticking, boom, 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 we've got only until the end of the year to spend these monies. Our agencies have hazardous duty situations as well. And I can give case in point an example. But if you'd like, I'll talk a little bit about our disagreement with the suggestion that we overly fund the Carroll County Emergency Management Services. See, there's a revenue stream that comes to the county from those response calls. The town doesn't share in any of that. Our shared citizens, the Carroll County citizens that happen to be Hillsville citizens, aren't getting any more or any less services from Carroll County Emergency Management Services than someone in Laurel Fork or Dougspur, Gladeville. By comparison, Dr. Burnett just made a presentation that, I feel for what those folks are doing, but for Carroll County Public Schools. Well, our citizens pay their county taxes for Carroll County Public Schools, and rightfully so, we haven't heard any requests for additional payment from the town of Hillsville citizens towards Carroll County Public Schools. Nor would we have any expectation of additional funding from town citizens for emergency management services. But as far as some revenue that the county is able to get, you have your 2 for Life money, fire fund money. You're able to bill insurance companies for those responses, and you receive some grants. And we're all about having good response, but all that lies in your bailiwick, not ours. We're helpful. The fact that our police agency is responding here in town, we have an officer here at his behest, not ours. But should something happen right now, there's a police officer provided by the town of Hillsville that would be of your benefit at no additional cost to Carroll County citizens who don't reside in the town of Hillsville. In 2005, we disbanded the rescue squad. I don't know if any of you were involved with the board of supervisors at that point in time. But the town of Hillsville Rescue Squad, we disbanded it, and at that point in time, and much has changed in agencies' abilities to bill for responses. Back when it was all volunteers volunteered, and they showed up, and that was it. Now, as you well know, fire departments can bill home insurance companies, And rescue squads can bill health insurance companies, and you're getting those revenues. We're not. We do support protective services to the tune of $35,000 a year for our payment to the ladder truck. Hillsville Fire Department has a ladder truck. To my knowledge, at this point, the only buildings that are over 4 stories that would require a ladder truck are in the town of Hillsville, and that's why we made the effort to get a ladder truck and to provide funding for that. However, if that truck is needed anywhere else in the county, you bet it'll be there. So just wanted to point out our agency's services benefit Carroll County citizens that don't happen to reside in the town of Hillsville. The ones that we represent happen to reside in the town of Hillsville, but that does not make them any less your citizens. Are there any questions? You know, I've asked a question. I'll ask it again. Is there any, to anybody's knowledge, is there any reason we should not expect in tonight's meeting approval of 400, what would now be a total, subtracting the check that you've already issued, but from $465,336.20. And we'll throw in the 20 cents. But,
I think we'd have to make a new motion, because the last.
would be an additional
the
motion
original-
for the
The original
remaining.
motion was to sign the document that we had.
No,
So-
sir, I'm afraid it wasn't. The original motion had no caveats at all. Mr. Moore made a motion, seconded by Mr.
That was
McCraw,
for the last,
to pay the town $116,334 of the CARES Act. And that was the extent of the motion.
I meant the original motion for the total amount. I may be reading it wrong, but I thought that was our agreement, that if that was signed, that we would do that. And also that the town and the county would work together on what fees would be paid to the law enforcement. Has that been, have you checked with the sheriff or town police, have they got,
You know anything
work
about
together?
that, Madam Treasurer?
So in the meeting, it was discussed that the town and the county would get together on hazardous pay, but we cannot pay hazardous pay until we have funds to pay it with, so that's not been investigated at this time.
So.
Were you able to hear her?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, I made that motion because I wanted this paid
Want
the
us to work
same
together, yeah.
across the board. So
Right.
that's what I'm trying to check, is see if there's agreement there, so we know that.
We
it's
want
the
to work
same.
with the county in any way we can. And as I've indicated, the services that we provide for our citizens roll over and provide services for those who don't necessarily live in town. We pick the trash up behind the sheriff's office. I don't know what those tipping fees are, but we don't, we haven't nickel and dime things. We want to be helpful, but let's all remember, within this 26-page document that gives us instruction on how this should happen, the words indicate the word must. Counties must ensure that an equitable share of the CRF funds is received and shared and granted to each town within its jurisdiction. So it's not optional. We do realize and are quite willing to work with the fact that you have oversight as to making sure that it'll pass audit. And we're quite fine with running anything that would be even potentially controversial by our auditing company to make sure it passes audit. We would not dare put any burden on the county in that regard. We're able to spend the money correctly. But we need the money in order to spend it. And our timetable for receiving additional ordered PPE, computer equipment, other items that we've shared in not tremendous detail, but in categorically we shared those items, and that passed the muster from what I understand. So that's where we stand. If there's any debate, well, before you, let's have the debate. If not, our expectation is that you'll do the right thing for your citizens and share this money as prescribed, no more, no less, but as prescribed by this act. Any questions?
Hold on, I might have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to find something. I'm just want to make sure we're right, Ed.
I
That's what I'm doing.
And y'all have talked about it in
Because-
different sessions that I wasn't party to.
I went back and looking at the meetings from the July meeting, looking at the minutes from the July
Right.
meeting. And there was a question that you asked, that your only question is on section 3, subsection A, where it talks about CCEMS, and we want to know what that means. Mr. Dalton responded that his understanding is that items where both benefit from, such as schools, Carroll County EMS, and fire where they jointly benefit, and those items should be taken off the top prior to disbursement of the funds. And you stated, Mr. Terry stated, let me repeat back how I would like to have heard that. So that would indicate to me that if it was to be done equitably, you would take the per capita and put an emergency services portion from the 2.5 first, and based on per capita county, including the town population, if that is done first, and then we come up with the per capita amount. Mr. Dalton replied that it just seemed fair to take it off the top. You responded, that is fair. We were just making sure that the 2,653 town citizens weren't contributing twice to the effort.
Well, and
I can't find
Right, and,
that section 3 subsection A.
however, upon further review, when I wasn't caught flat-footed with the first time of looking at something, and we've looked at it numerous times, it may have been fair, like a fair day can have clouds in it, but that doesn't make it equitable. And it's not equitable. Consequently, we provided back to you the same documentation that you provided to the Commonwealth in order to certify this funding. And that's our stand.
Supplied it to who?
I'm kind of like Dr. Littrell as far as, on August 6th, it was signed by the mayor and the town manager, and as far as I know, it was directed to your office. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Not the state.
But can I get affirmation of that?
I've
Ms.
got a
Jackson?
copy of it signed.
Right. And we've made numerous attempts, don't want to browbeat you with the number of numerous attempts to get a response since then. This is our first attempt to meet face-to-face. And I'm looking for, because if we had from now on, I'd come back another month for another response. But we don't. Our time is just as short as your time. You understand the constraints. All I'm asking is that you do the right thing in an equitable manner. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Fire and rescue is the next group.
Good evening to you all. I believe you have a kind of brief breakdown of the PPE cost that was put into your packet. And that's what I was going to speak to real quick this evening. First, on the initial allotment that was voted on, I guess, 2 meetings ago, some of the equipment that you all had approved, like the Lucas CPR compression device, those things have already come in. They're already in service to our, down at Carroll Fire Rescue and to our volunteer departments. And we do appreciate the board moving forward with those requests. Initially, we had surmised around $6,200 for kind of disposable PPE, but we are on the threshold of flu season, and obviously COVID is not going anywhere else right now. And the standing protocol for us is initially this surgical mask and gloves with any initial patient contact, but we now have long care facilities that have positive cases, and upon the EMD dispatch, we're told if we are responding to a positive patient, so the consumption for PPE is exponential compared to some of our other equipment. So that is my request tonight, is an additional allotment for the consumable PPE, gloves, gowns, N95s. We just recently purchased, had 4 orders of N95 masks. And the breakdown in your handout is roughly $3.67 a mask, but that's invoicing at almost $1,000. Unfortunately, it's a supply and demand issue on PPE, but they were on a temporarily unavailable status until one afternoon, and we decided to order what we could when we could. The very next day, trying to be prudent with our funds, we looked back at our supplier, and they were back to that temporary unavailable status. So and I was looking at some PPE when I first got in this evening, and disposable gowns, for example, are back to the temporary unavailable status. As you mentioned, a few other departments, we have and continue to help them out with PPE if they request it. We've supplied surgical masks and gloves to our patrol officers when they've asked for it, different items to the DSS office as well, and we'll continue to do so. But this request will also reflect our primary concern, and that would be our first responders, to include our volunteer departments as well. They come to our station to resupply as it is, and if all responders are following the proper PPE protocol, like I said, it's an exponential consumption of PPE during this time, and we can't differentiate between COVID and flu, obviously. So we are trying to have everything in-house and ready for their initial response. So, if you have any questions for me.
What was that amount?
On your handout, I approximately $35,000, and I gave a breakdown of the N95 mask to just kind of generalize where that number can grow from.
How long do you think those would last? Let's say if we get, right now, we're kind of in the middle of not a major issue here, but if it jumps up to a major issue, you have a lot of responses, how long is that going to last?
I was working here just at 6 months, trying to put a baseline data together. Every Tuesday, I turn in a PPE burn rate to Department of Emergency Management. And so you can add to that list, if you're using 6 N95 masks, you might as well add goggles or face shields, gowns, and gloves, because that'll be their protocol. But based on the numbers I turn in, we're averaging probably 6 of those N95s. And like I said, I was working on just this 6-month window. If our numbers, continue, we're looking at a projection of probably this consumption rate well past the first of the year, because we don't know how the flu season is going to go. So, anything else? Okay. All right. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Disinfected enough.
Good afternoon. Long meeting today and tonight. Before you've got a proposed, the request of the CARES Acts to the Carroll County Board of Supervisors that we've tabulated over time. The funds available are $5.1 million, or $5,198,300 to be exact. Some of these numbers, Dr. Burnett messed me up a little bit with his new request tonight. What we have is, we had a request of $1,777,359 from the schools. Obviously, that has gone up. Carroll Fire and Rescue had a request, including Gary's latest $35,000 of $740,000. Town of Hillsville, $463,000. COVID supplies that the county is currently spent and expended from Lexan to labor on other items is $100,000. The sheriff hazardous duty, $530,000. County remote working, and even making these buildings where we can remote work, $686,000. Hazardous duty rescue squad, which Gary did not cover, $162,000. Small business grant, which we haven't talked about, to get this money back out into the small businesses, $400,000. Carroll County Public PSA didn't make a request, but there is a recommendation. Hazardous duty others is all the departments from social service to sheriffs come in. Everybody else did come to work. We had very few departments that shut down and during the whole period and remained open to work. So there's a hazardous duty others. The clerk's request of $12,361. Social services had a request of $65,600, but it is under the hazardous duty others. That's going to be under the recommendation later. 4-H, $9,000. Mount Rogers Community Service Board, $92,239. Twin County 911, $53.99. And I still believe there's rent relief out there, that when this goes off, people are going to get evicted from their homes and or rental property and go forth. The last column is the recommendation column. As you can see at the bottom, it totals $5,198,300. I recommend that the Carroll County Board of Supervisors, we fund the initial request from Carroll County Public Schools of $1,777,359. Carroll Fire and Rescue for all the devices, $740,000. Town of Hillsville, $463,975. County COVID supplies, the $100,000, which is a reimbursement to the county. Sheriff's hazardous duty, instead of his request, $200,000. That gives basically a $3 an hour that they worked, $150. That's $500 a month for the 9-month period, $4,500. That same amount would be going to Carroll Fire and Rescue. Those people deserve a higher amount because they were in the face of COVID on a daily basis and did it. I went back and looked at some of the other counties and cities, and $3 was an average of pay. So my recommendation is $500 per month for those people. Small business grant, which would be limited to people. I think each one of you over time have gotten an email of how that grant application would go. In the next 30 days, if it's not expended, my recommendation then would be to provide the rest of the funding that wasn't spent and committed to small business back to the school system. They're going to face an unprecedented shortage of cash, and the only thing they have really to cut is people. And for most of you, if you don't know, a lot of these departments in the county and school system are a personal way from being infected and closing whole departments and be infected. We have not provided this additional pay that's allowed under the state, but we've been given that additional time off to those people. The Carroll County PSA, I've allocated $350,000. That's basically paid since they owe so much in debt service. That would be, instead of laying all those people off, that would be the paying all those people from now, from June through the end of the year. And the county would not be absorbing all that cost that we currently are. Hazardous duty others is $200,000. That is including social services, all county people that came to work. That is a additional pay of, there's 165 of those people that came to work, a pay of basically $1 an hour, 170 to 200 bucks a month for hazardous duty pay for all those for a 9-month period. The clerk fully fund his request for back scanning that allows people to remotely work and not come in and potentially infect that department. 4-H recommendation is $5,000. Twin County 911, $5,399. Rent relief, $95,000. If that doesn't come to fruition, then it would be prorated back into some of the others. So that's a total commitment recommendation of $5,198,300, which is the total amount that you have before you. On the far right, you can see what we previously had been committed. I would request the board commit those funds tonight, and let's move forth so we can certify these and get all the documentation, because currently it is going to be difficult to get everything in place and the money spent by December 30th. On December the 30th, if it's not spent and certified through the county administration office, that money has to be returned to the Treasurer's Department. So we're at a period of time the board needs to take action, and those are my recommendations. If you want to discuss them, I'm prepared to discuss those.
Anyone have any questions, Mr. Dalton?
Just a side note, as you're thinking.
I do have one question. For the hazard pay for the employees that come to work every day, how many did you say there was, 174?
165.
165 a minute, 200 a month?
That's somewhere between, based off hours, and some that didn't. There were people that didn't come to work. So those numbers are fluctuating, whether they were here a full month, Tracy, but somewhere around $200 a month. It'd be a little less for some.
Okay, for 3 months is just,
For the full 9 months.
okay.
To the end of the year.
That's what I want to know, so they'll get $1,800.
Yep.
Okay.
The board had previously appropriated, amended appropriated. We set up a budget through the treasurer's office, Ms. Benita Williams. That money is being tracked in two manners. The revenue side through Ms. Williams, Fund Code 200, 205, 204. As a matter of fact, later tonight, you will see that some of our departments, I took papers around, that we got additional funds through the Department of Criminal Justice, that applications that any department in any of this county could apply for. That was disseminated to everybody. Only a few took advantage of it and successfully obtained those additional funds for y'all to appropriate later tonight. But it does require a motion to move forward this, and let's get it done. Thank y'all for your consideration.
To make sure I'm clear, you're asking for a motion with the third column.
Yes, sir.
Can we break them down or not?
Mr. Moore, we can do any way y'all would like.
I mean, I'd like them broke out, each in a motion.
Okay. If that's how you want to do it, that's good.
Be all right? Jerry?
We'll accept any motion you want to make.
All right. I'll make a motion that we give the town their $463,975. We've then got a check for the other, so that would be for the number of $349,002.
We have a motion that the town gets the full $463,975, which includes what they've already, will receive shortly.
Minus what you've already received.
Mhm.
Yeah, minus is.
Minus what we're gonna vote on at the bid,
Yeah.
So it'd be $349,002.
It'll total of $463,975.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Discussion. Hearing none, I'll certainly ready to vote on the motion to fund the town of Hillsville. I'll start with Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Yes. One down.
Okay. I make a motion that we fund the Carroll Fire and Rescue the $740,000.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion, pardon my voice, on the Carroll Fire and Rescue of $740,000.
And so that it's sort of cleared on the record, that includes the 740, you had previously appropriated 704,304. So that's a total.
That's adding the 35,000 request.
Right.
Any more, any discussion?
Because we had already committed the 704 based off last meeting.
Okay.
Guess we'll start with Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Yes.
There's only one more I want to make an adjustment, and then I'll leave you all alone with all these. We'll do all the rest of them. The 4-H might go to 7,500 and take that 100 out of the rent.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that a
I'll make
mo-
that motion.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion to increase the recommended amount for 4-H from $5,000 to $750, to $7,500, and take the additional out of the rent relief. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we have a second. That's a discussion. Since you're ready to vote, we'll start with Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Yes.
Does that just leave the rest of it?
Yeah, I mean, I can make that motion with all of them and just change the rent relief to 90,806.
Mr. Moore, would you do me a favor if I
Okay.
asked?
Yes, sir.
If the rent relief turns out that it's not there, that we allocate that back to hazardous duty pay to the sheriffs
To the
and.
sheriff's department?
Yes.
Yes. I was absolute.
Do we need to do something similar with the small business grant?
Could we put it?
Or do you just want to leave it alone and allocate it?
Let's leave that, see what, I believe the requests, what I'm hearing, you're going to end up allocating, you'll end up giving all that money away.
Okay, okay.
And his suggestion was to give the rest to the school if there was any left over.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking if we needed to, I mean, I fully understand that the school's going to be pressed, especially by the time the governor gets done with everything.
That'd be
he's
good,
done.
that way, we can get,
Well, you can include that in the motion, that, if you know of anything left over,
All right.
that will go to the school.
okay.
Anything over the,
Well, the rent relief go to the sheriff's department hazardous pay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
And how we'll do that in December, that last check,
Okay.
we'll just dispense it.
Okay, I'll send you ready to vote then. So, Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for your hard work on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's only, I should have mentioned this, too much to think about. That hazardous duty pay is limited to, the county administrator doesn't get any, and the elected people don't get any, okay? That's out.
We appreciate all those folks who came and talked to us this evening. Do you all want to take a 10-minute recess?
I would enjoy that.
I love that.
Okay, we'll be back about 6:20. after we went to recess, a citizen signed, or anybody signed up?
Dr. Little, I believe Mr. Bowman and Mr. Griffin.
There, you got one. Any questions?
Benny Questenberry is signed up, please. Come on up.
Thank y'all, honorable supervisors, for listening to my concerns tonight. I guess I got a question. Why is land use mentioned? Can y'all explain that to me?
I didn't hear you, what land make what?
You got land use on here. Why is that mentioned? I thought we'd done put that to sleep.
This is an ordinance change. It has nothing to do with doing anything away with land use. It's just a very minor change.
What is that?
I'll let Mr. Dalton talk. We'll do this in the public hearing.
We'll have a little presentation when it gets to the public hearing, if that's okay. Then you can speak.
It's really nothing to get excited about.
Okay, I know. I got some calls, you know, so.
I understand. And we were expecting that to happen too.
Yeah.
It'd be more, if we just wait until it gets on the agenda there, that'd be.
Okay.
When I finish, you're
We can-
welcome to talk.
Okay, thank you.
Benny was the only one that signed up. Does anyone else like to speak in citizen something?
Actually, I thought there was two gentlemen.
They are. I'll go get them.
Mr. Bowman and Mr. Griffin.
One is there land, I believe one is
Hi, how are you all?
Good, how are you?
Good to see everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here representing Bowman Griffin Waste Management. We haul trash here locally in the county, and one of our customers, New River Polymers over there in the industrial park, we haul trash for those guys to the landfill, and they received a letter. I'm not sure of the date there, a little bit ago, a month ago or so, a letter of intent that said that the landfill is going to raise their rates from $55 a ton for their trash to $220 a ton for their trash, and also limit the amount of trash that they can bring into the facility. As you'll probably figure out, it's going to really hurt their business, or at least their business model, at least for that part of their business. I don't really want to speak for him per se, but he has a kind of a recycling business, and this is part of that. So I guess the reason that I'm here tonight is to just inform the board of what has happened, that they have singled him out. As far as I know, there's not another customer that the rates are being raised on. At least I'm not aware of any of that. So he's been singled out, and his rates being quadrupled for the trash that he's bringing up there. As you can also suspect, it's really going to hurt our business if he stops hauling the trash. It's really going to hurt us too. So I'm here just tonight to ask for maybe some support. And I know, of course, Carroll County's on the landfill board. You know, at the very least, maybe an extension on this rate increase. So we could at least have a discussion. I haven't even really had a discussion with the landfill, or Draper Aiden did a small study, I think, that led to this rate increase. So maybe just to give us a little time to figure out what to do and have some discussions with the director, with the executive, I guess the the director of the landfill, Alan Lawson, I think it is. I've yet to speak to him, so. Anyway, I just wanted to come here tonight, and I'll be happy to answer any questions while I'm standing here, just to inform everybody of what is going on and ask for some help, some support, anything at all, because he's got a good business over there. Again, I don't want to speak for the man, but he just built a 60 by 120 addition on his building over there to increase his production, and he's sent out a flyer to hire more folks. So he is investing in the community, and I really think we should try to help that and encourage that. And increasing his rates at the landfill are not going to do that at all. So if there's any help or support that we can get from the board, it'd be very much appreciated. So
When does that go into effect?
So it goes into effect October 1st. So he was just notified, I think it's maybe at the beginning of the month, I think is when he was notified. So, yeah, it goes into effect pretty quickly.
When is the next landfill board meeting?
September the 25th. And it's a virtual meeting. I'm going to ask the director to see if we can be a part of that somehow or another. But that's only, the 25th, and then the rate increases a few days after. That's not going to really give us a lot of time.
That's the last Friday of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the calculations and doing it. I think you deserve the right to have the ability to speak and present some other evidence to apply that. I believe even the compaction rates probably can be a discussion, a scientific point of discussion.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Will you be in that meeting?
I would like to, yes, yeah. Again, I'm up here representing Bowman Griffin Waste Management. I'm not here representing New River Polymers.
I understand.
And that's his account. The account that it's affecting is New River Polymers. So I've got to be a little bit careful. That's the reason I haven't spoken to the director at the landfill. Mr. Phillips has spoken to him. So, but I have not.
Did you get a copy of the Draper Aiden?
I do.
You do have a copy
I
of that?
do have a copy of that, yes. Yeah, and I can scan it and send it to.
We've got it, but I just want to
You
make
do
sure
have
you
it.
have one.
Yeah, I do have a copy of that. Yeah, I do. So, and a little bit curious, the compaction that they said that they tested in the field, I think was just under 1,100 pounds. I think 1,100 PSF. I think,
Yep.
and they were shooting for maybe 1,500 or so. So that's about a 70%. They got to within about 70% of what they'd like to have. I still don't understand why that would warrant a quadruple rate increase. I mean, if they're not making it by about 30%, you would think maybe they would ask for a 30% increase in the rate or something, maybe something like that, but not a quadrupling of the rate, going from $55 to $220 a ton. So it seems a little bit excessive to me.
I have a question for you, if I may,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. But it's also not the price also, but it's limited the amount.
That's right. So we're currently limited to 5 loads a day of material. And as you can probably see if you have the letter, they're going to raise the rate to $220 a ton and also still limit the amount of trash that we can haul. So they're still going to put the limit on there and quadruple the rate. So,
We'll try to have a voice in that meeting.
okay.
Yep.
Yes, and like I said, I'm going to try to get in touch with Alan and try to see if we can get on the agenda and all that sort of thing. So, but if you have any questions, any other questions, or think of anything, I'll be happy to leave my number, or I know Salel's got my number. He can give it to anybody that needs it. So you're welcome to call me.
Do you know of any way to compact it more? Is there any solution out there?
Well,
To increase the compaction rate, I guess you could say?
well, I mean, I guess there probably is. You know, I'm not sure how much more work that would be for the landfill. Again, and I don't want to tell them how to do their job. So, I mean, I'm sure that we could work together and maybe try to figure out something to.
I know you and Slell both are engineers. I won't put you on the spot, but do you think the calculations are pretty close to the compaction?
Well, we weren't present, you know. As far as I know, Michael Phillips wasn't present, nor did I know that they were doing that. I didn't know that they were doing the test, this two-load test. I didn't realize they were doing that. It wouldn't have made any difference, I don't guess, as far as the material that was sent, but at least it would have been nice to maybe have been there, maybe witness the test or get the credentials of you know what I'm saying, just something. It would probably made you feel a little better.
Is there a difference in it being dry and wet or being there over time or anything?
As far as compaction goes, yeah, the wet, the dryness of the material. I mean, this is a fluffy type material, and you know, and they're only really testing the top of the fill. You know, they're only testing that top 12 inches, maybe if they drill down in through there, maybe that 18 inches or so. So, you know, I would argue that once you got 5, 10, maybe even 15 foot of other material on top of that fluffy stuff, it probably squishes it down to where there's really no difference between it and the dirt or the other trash that's around it. So, and I'm not sure if they looked at that. So maybe it just affects the top of the fill and not down here in the, you know, the lower stratus of it. So, but to kind of, I guess, answer your question, Tracy, there is some subjectivity to the geotechnical engineering as well. Where you take a test, who takes the test. There's a lot of difference. There's a lot of variables in that. From what I remember.
I would
from my
want to know
training.
the degradable rate of the material. You know, how quick does it degrade?
Right.
Those are kind of things that I think would be vital in making these decisions. But that's just, I'm not an engineer.
I don't know where we're going to find a good one, and I don't know. That's a good question, mate. And that's, you know, again, I don't know the answer to that, but I'm sure I'd try to help you find the answer to that. So,
Looks to me like they would do two tests, one with and one without.
right, yeah,
Two different spots.
that's true. Yeah, I mean,
So you got a control, and then with the other one.
Mhm.
Of course, I'm not an engineer.
so, but anyway, so I do appreciate your time. I don't want to
Thank you.
cut into other folks' time, but if you have any other questions, I'm here. So, and if you need the number. Oh, I know they're poking fun at me, but
He let his
but-
license expire.
so I'm the only one that they're making fun of. So that's okay.
I never poke fun at an engineer.
I don't read, it's a lot of math.
We do get a lot of flack, but that's okay. So very good. Well, I do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you have any other questions, Salel's got my phone number. Thank y'all.
Anyone else? I'm gonna speak to citizens now. Well, I'm gonna turn it over to Tom for a presentation.
I have a plaque here tonight that I was hoping to present, bump elbows with the folks that run the station. Virginia 500 is in Fancy Gap District. It started by Reed McCraw, then later run by Phil, my previous supervisor, my friend. Now his son Stephen is the runner of it, him and his family, and they're doing a good job. When you don't want to pump your gas, just pull in, they'll pump it, and you just pay and sit in the car. Pretty nice service they give, and they're friendly folks, and it's my pleasure, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, present this plaque to them. Even though they're not here to get it, we'll deliver it to them. Thank you.
trying to recognize a business in each of the districts, and I've asked Rex if he would find someone in Sulphur Springs, and he'll also present a plaque next month. The next item on our agenda is we have a special presentation from Rhiannon Powers, who is our new executive director of District 3. I'm on that board, and until I got on the board, I didn't really have any idea what District 3 does, but we have a tremendous program, and I hope she will highlight some of those things and make folks aware of what we can do for everybody in the counties that we provide services for.
Thank you, Dr. Littrell. And I do appreciate everybody letting me come and speak tonight and the opportunity to speak to the board. I'm hoping that I can get this to click from here. They said the clicker got lost, so I'll try to do that. And like Dr. Littrell said, while I'm not new to the agency itself, I am new to the position of Executive Director as of June of 2020. And I wanted to introduce myself first and introduce Crystal Anders, who's the Director of Transportation for Mountain Links. But I wanted to give you guys just kind of an overview of our services that we offer and a brief account of like our COVID response measures so that you guys can know if your constituents ask what we're actually doing for COVID. And with that said, I'll go on to the presentation and hope that it works here. We're the Area Agency on Aging, and we also go by the name of District 3 Senior Services. And we're also the Rural Public Transportation, and that name has recently changed to Mountain Links Transit. So if you see the blue buses, that's what we are owned and operated by local governments, such as yourselves, and are considered a joint exercise of powers. The counties that we serve, we'll get noise. Okay. We serve the counties of Bland, Carroll, Grayson, Smith, Washington, and Wythe. So those are our major counties in the 3rd District. And the cities of Bristol and Galax and the major towns of Abingdon, Marion, and Wytheville. A little bit of sound there. Our mission is to help meet the critical needs and enhance the quality of life for the elderly, disabled, and transportation-dependent residents of the service area. Our facilities... I didn't know it had sound. Our facilities are... our main office is in Marion, but we also have field offices in Abingdon, Wytheville, and Galax. And we do have about 140 employees. Our funding is received, we have an annual budget typically of around $6 million. 50% of that is federal funding, 25% comes from the state, 15% from localities such as yourself, as well as contributions, and 10% contract. We have services for active seniors that include Volunteers in Motion, so we have a volunteer program, and also a job training program. This is known as Title V or CSEP, and that's to train folks who are 55 and older to be able to get back into the workforce. And we have about 20 of those 20 participants each year. We have congregate nutrition sites or friendship cafes located all throughout our service area. We have 15 sites throughout the area, and we typically serve about 22,000 meals. And then we also at those sites offer health promotions such as health screenings, flu shots, nutrition information, and exercise programs. We do offer services for people with specific needs, information and assistance. This is, if we are not able to provide the service ourselves, we'll help link up someone with the services in the community that they need. And we also offer a chore and minor home repair service. We typically repair about 250 homes a year, and we can do minor plumbing, we can do raised commode seats, grab bars, handrails, or handicap ramps. Some of the special assistance that we offer, we have an emergency financial assistance program. So if someone's in critical need, we can assist with food, fuel, medications, electric terminations, that sort of thing. And we do offer services for family caregivers. Support groups are held throughout the area, and most of those are Alzheimer's related, so the Alzheimer's support groups. We have disability services. And one of those programs within that division is guardianship, and these are for the people who are considered indigent by the state, and they're appointed a guardian. So we have several guardians, and we have a caseload there of 130 people who receive that service. And we also have money management for folks who have difficulty paying their bills or they're not capable. We have money managers who assist in that process, and a lot of those referrals come from the VA, so that's why there's that Veterans Fiduciary Service listed there. We have an ombudsman, and the ombudsman works with facilities like nursing homes, assisted living, to provide a lot of the people in the institutional home setting. And she will advocate for residents' rights and also provide elder abuse prevention education. We have services for the frail and homebound. We have a homemaker service. We have homemakers who go into the homes and they provide light housekeeping. They can run errands. They can do prescription pickups, that sort of thing for someone who's homebound. And respite care services for family members of someone who needs 24/7 care. We also have care management services. Care management services are the folks who, the professional, typically social workers who work one-on-one with people who have more critical needs and need more attention. So they'll work one-on-one to get services that they need. And we also offer a home-delivered meals program. You can see we serve usually over 130,000 meals every year. And those meals are offered in either frozen or shelf-stable form. And we also have a friendly calls program. This is for the more isolated people who can't get out as much, and this provides those individuals with someone who can call and check in on them on a regular basis. Special activities, we have the state's largest home Farm Fresh program, so that helps our local farmers and it helps to be able to reach seniors to get some nutritious fruits and vegetables throughout the year. We typically serve in there about 4,000 people each year, and we offer a senior cool care during the summer so that we're able to get fans and air conditioners to the elderly who qualify and need those. We have aging wellness programs. These are group sessions that typically meet and help seniors to be able to deal with chronic diseases such as diabetes or high blood pressure. We offer fall prevention classes and also chronic pain management classes. This was a big one this year, the Benefits Enrollment Center. We were the first BEC to be awarded in the state of Virginia, and it's funded through the National Council on Aging. It assists people, it's kind of like a one-stop, so you don't have to go to like 5 different agencies to fill out applications. You can go and meet with one of our BEC counselors and get signed up for several different applications for federal, state, or local public benefits. And we'll click through these to try to get all these here. We have Medicare and Medicaid. We do fraud prevention. We also do insurance counseling through the VICAP program. That's the Virginia Insurance Counseling and Assistance Program. So if people have the annual enrollments, they can come and talk to one of our counselors and help pick the best Medicare D plan. We have Abuse in Later Life. It's a program more specifically geared to people who are 55 and older, and for the counties of Washington County and the city of Bristol. But they work one-on-one with victims of abuse. And then I've tried to put in some information, just some highlighted information. This wasn't everything, but just some information I thought you might find useful for specifically Carroll County's aging programs. And as you can see, we did receive some Families First money and some CARES Act money that we're working with, along with our other federal and state funding. But that way you can kind of get an idea of how many of your residents in Carroll County are getting services specific to aging programs. And I can get that information to you later. But for COVID-19, this is some of the information, some of the things that we're trying to do. We're having like site managers right now currently are trying to distribute, because the sites can't meet for meals. So they're distributing information and surveys to see if Zoom would be a viable option for them. And we would have socialization activities offered there, as well as a registered dietitian to provide any counseling that might be needed. Some sites are actually starting to try to get together outside in groups of no more than 10, and we're doing a temperature check upon sign-in to participate in some activities, but like I said, no food. We are still doing monthly food deliveries, and it's kind of like a drive-through service at each site, at each congregate nutrition site, so that they can still receive their packets of food as well as some activity packets for mental stimulation. And we're waiting on guidance. We've gotten some guidance through the Department of Aging and Rehabilitative Services, our state office, to try to decide when we can open our sites back, but we're looking at probably into the next year before we're able to do those congregate site meetings. With home-delivered meals, deliveries are operating as normal, except our drivers and everybody is using personal protective equipment and practicing social distancing. Homemakers are now going back into the homes using appropriate PPE. Some of our aging wellness programs, those groups are having to stop meeting, but they're looking at ways to do virtual classes or meet outside. Our chore program is back in building ramps using appropriate PPE. We've also seen cost of those materials going up. I don't know if everybody else has noticed that too. The cost of lumber and things are up. Care management is seeing, of course, right now an increase of emergency requests, especially since electric terminations and things like that are now back on. Guardianship is kind of restricted because you can't get into a lot of facilities or nursing homes and that sort of thing, but they're trying to do visits via virtually or going to the window and doing visits, and the ombudsman is keeping in close contact with every facility right now and trying to assist residents electronically if needed. On the transportation front, we have one of the largest public transit systems in Virginia. We have about 45 transit vehicles that log in about 560,000 miles and about 166,000 trips annually. We provide transportation to commercial centers, ride to senior centers, or we offer senior medical. So that's the one-on-one senior medical trips that we can do. Our public transit operations are located throughout the service area that we had talked about before. And I stuck up some information for you guys about our service, specifically in Carroll County. We have a Monday through Friday operation, and all vehicles are wheelchair accessible. You can schedule trips, so anybody can schedule a trip, and you can see how many boardings and service hours and everything was logged in for Carroll County through the end of August. And the areas and days of service are listed there. And we also have this information in a bag for you too, so that you can have this. And with COVID, with the bus system, with the transit system, we've put educational information and signage on every bus, and the drivers all have wipes, hand sanitizers, masks, disinfectant spray. The drivers are trying to spray down and wipe the buses out regularly. We also have a professional company that provides weekly sanitation, so they rotate around every Wednesday and come and clean the buses with a electrostatic disinfection. We provide masks to any of our riders who don't have one if they come on to the bus. We have limited the number of passengers on each bus to 10, including the driver, and the seat behind the driver remains vacant. We started installing shields on the bus around the driver to add an extra layer of protection and reduce contact. We're hoping that will be done on all of our buses by mid to late October. We do have social distancing bands that are going around the seats, so that way it's an easier look to see where you can sit and where you're not able to sit, especially behind the driver. And we have a freeze on fares right now, so anyone riding the public transit system can ride for free to reduce contact and also help with what's going on financially with COVID. And we just wanted to thank you to all the organizations, employees, localities such as yourself, for everything that you do to help the quality of life for the folks that we serve, the seniors in our area. And that's all I had, unless you guys have any questions for me. I'll try to answer.
As you can see, District 3 is quite busy.
It's been very busy, especially lately with everything that's happened. You all know yourselves, it changes so much every day. It's constantly changing.
Anyone have any questions or clarifications that Leanne could tell you?
And I can get you any information if you need it.
You got it very well, thank you.
Oh,
and
thank
I'll see
you.
Thursday night.
Okay, see you Thursday.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We had scheduled a public hearing for Comcast franchise agreement, but we've waiting on final approval, so there'll be no vote tonight. Council, public hearing, is that correct?
No, we're gonna have a public hearing, just not have the action.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your note, so. I'll open a public hearing at 6:49, and I'm not using that clock up there, I'm using my computer, which is the actual time. Is anyone signed up to speak on the public hearing for the Comcast franchise agreement? We have one person signed up, Nikki Davis, if you come to the podium, please.
How y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm here to ask you guys if, on the internet upgrades, if you guys would consider Little Vine Road kind of a high priority. The area I live in there, we have nothing, no cell phone signal. It's just a complete dead zone. CenturyLink has phone lines going through there, but it's exhausted bandwidth. Their home phone is, I've had it 2 different times. It'll work for maybe a week, and then it's completely unusable. It's just static. You know, if you need 911 services, you've got really no option. I mean, you got to go out and try to walk around and find a signal to try to get a call out. As far as my neighbors, they have HughesNet. They've got that thinking they were going to be, you know, have this great service, and they're all just totally disgusted. I mean, 2 Netflix movies and they're out of data. So it's kind of just a bad situation for all of us there. My daughter, she couldn't do any schoolwork. You know, I have CenturyLink DSL there. I'm the only one that I know of on 52 end of Little Vine that does. They won't allow anybody to hook up. They won't upgrade the speeds. I've been paying for 1.5, which is the slowest they have, for probably 5 years now. And my speed test will do, at the best, I've had a 0.8, you know, and that's 11 o'clock in the morning. Most of the time it's 0.2 to 0.3. It's just about useless, but it's all I have. And there again, TV is another issue. Satellite TVs are on the option, and we've got mountains, you know, around us, so you get a cloudy day, your TV's out. Rainy day, your TV's out. Snow, your TV's out. I mean, it's a mess. Anyway, I was just I know the county is planning on doing some upgrades. I've heard, so I was just going to ask if you guys would consider, you know, getting us on the list, maybe a high priority. But anyway, that's all.
I do have one for you. Question.
Yes.
I remember me and you spoke, well, we speak
Yep.
about once a month.
Yep.
But how far is it Comcast is from your house there?
I'm thinking that it's, I'm not absolutely sure, but if you come to the stop sign, I think it's right across the road, you know, you can see.
I went down there
On
last
52?
night.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
yeah. I think, I'm pretty sure. I know that, out on 620, you know,
Oh, yeah.
so it's gotta come through some route, because they have Comcast, you know, out there.
And most of your neighbors can't get Embark because it's in exhaust, they won't add.
Oh, no, yeah, CenturyLink, they won't do anything.
It's the same as it is at my house.
Yeah, the phone line, I've missed numerous days of work, for them to come down and do repairs, and, you know, they'll work on it and everything will be good till they get out of the driveway, basically. I mean, and then it's just right back. The lines are just,
It's a telephone line.
yeah, they're old, and, you know, one of the technicians from CenturyLink told me that, you know, CenturyLink will never upgrade those lines. He said the best we could hope for would be the line coming down 52. They may do some fiber or something to the boxes, but he said, you know, at the very best you could ever hope for would be 3 megabytes, and he said it'll never be consistent. So it's a mess. Now, on the other side, Sylvada's side, I think they've got a little better, because I think it comes from the other direction. But, you know, CenturyLink, it runs from basically the bridge back up to the old Largen's Furniture Building, I think, and then out Coon Ridge Road. So it's just, you know, too many on there. But Comcast would be great. That would give us, you know, high-speed internet, TV, phone, I mean, everything, you know, that would be, you know, if we had cell phone signal there, it wouldn't be as bad, but I mean, you know, I ended up turning my TV off. I mean, I don't have anything, basically. So, but my neighbors are, you know, they're in the same boat, and, anyway, I just wanted to talk to you guys and see if y'all would consider getting us on the list, you know, when the upgrades come through.
About how many homes would you say would be affected by upgraded service?
Oh, if something like Comcast come through there, I would say that every house from 52 end to Sylvada's end would probably hook up, because, you know, there's no other option. Everybody there has satellite TV, and it's, I would say that I have no idea how many homes are through there, and there's roads that branch off too. So I even talked to Comcast about a year ago, and they told me if I wanted to go around and to all the people in the neighborhood and get them to chip in and pay to run the lines, that they would do it. And, you know, there's no telling how much that would cost, but that was pretty much their answer. I've tried US Cellular Signal Booster, the $500 one, nothing. I've tried the $1,000 one. It didn't do anything. I've tried 3 different cell phone carriers. It's just, you know, in that valley there, there's just nothing. So that's basically the only hope we got is you know, fiber or Comcast or something. But anyway, thank you guys for
Thank you.
hearing me out, and y'all have a good evening.
Broadband is one of our top priorities, but it's not gonna happen tomorrow, but we're
Oh,
working
yeah.
on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we understand it's a real problem for folks.
Yeah, plus, you know, I have my own business and, you know, I have to go over to my parents' house, you know, to do any paperwork or anything online, as far as my business stuff. It's just really inconvenient.
We'll try to do what we can.
All right, thank y'all so much.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak about the Comcast franchise agreement?
Can I make this a comment? A few weeks ago, I was.
If you don't mind coming up.
Okay. A few weeks ago, my son-in-law is a professor at Appalachian State, and we were talking about this situation. He said, you know, if y'all want to get business to come into the county, you've got to get this for the county. And, you know, he teaches online, my daughter does too. And they could come to my house and do their job when I'm traveling or something. So I just thought I'd mention that, you know, if you want to get business, you got to, because these people are not going to live beside the factory or whatever. They're going to live out in the county. And it's just a thought I'd present to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Benny. Is anyone else? I'll close the public hearing at 6:59 PM. And as I said earlier, we're not going to take any vote tonight. The next item is public hearing on land use and real estate tax exemption. And I'm going to ask Mr. Dalton to come and get read it and explain this a little bit before everybody understands what we're doing.
Well, I don't know if I've met everybody, but I'm Reed Broughton. I work with Steve Durbin, so I'm standing in for him tonight. The ordinance dealing with land use is really just dealing with the application fees for when you apply for the land use exemption. There's already an application fee required. The application fee is already required for each parcel that you apply to get the land use exemption for. The addition would just be to clarify that when two or more parcels are combined, you still have to pay an application fee for each one until that combination is approved. And then the other part of it is just to set a rate for the application fee, as well as a late fee. And that's it.
I'm going to open the public hearing at 7:01 PM. And we've had 3 people sign up. Excuse me, 4 people. Gerald Dickinson. Good evening.
How you doing? Thanks. I know all you little outlaws, you know. Now this farm, you know, land, you both out here, this land use needs to stay where it's at because it's been bad year for all the farmers to get their hay in and this virus and everything, and cattle has got cheap. They ain't bringing nothing. And you take, just like the lady in here a minute ago, the farmers is putting all of this produce, the beef and everything in these stores and stuff. We're doing 99.9% of the stuff in the county. You take the land use away from us, what do we get? You count your medicine and your cattle and your feed and stuff. We ain't getting rich. If we was, we wouldn't have to work every day. But it's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And we need to leave the land use like it is. It's nice to have in buildings, but what you gonna put in them if ain't nothing else nothing to grow and to put it in? And another thing, when y'all vote on everything, you have here we're going with the president, you know, the voting. I think you should have a different plan. You sit down and vote in a room by yourself, not sit like a bunch of crows on the fence. Which one's gonna get the pickings off the deer that got run over in the field? But you go in the back and then nobody knows what you voted for, and so you don't have to argue between each other. but it's nice to have them buildings, but you can, it's like she said, but you got that, but the farmers is making everything to put in them stores. The beef, to make the clothes, everything. So I think we need to leave the land, but you don't raise the taxes 3%. What are we gonna do if we have a bad winter and you ain't got no cattle to sell? What you gonna eat? And I know all you boys like to eat. I do too. But you got to have a little common sense. Don't take it, we making the money to make these buildings and stuff, and we don't need to be working for nothing. We gotta make a living just like everybody else does. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just to make it clear, we're not changing the land use.
Do what?
We're not changing the land use, it's just some modifications to the.
No, I can't hear it. What do you say?
We're not changing the land use at all, we're just changing a couple of the fees and clarifying things.
What's you gonna change?
That's what he explained.
Huh?
That's what he explained. Just how do you make the application?
Application
You couldn't hear a while ago what he did, but you need, like this being here, you need to have it out in the paper so that people can come out and see and discuss a few things. But this your voting, when you vote for president or anything, do you sit beside him?
I just want to make sure you understand we're not changing land use.
Well, that's what we're up there for.
Okay.
And you don't need to raise it. You don't need to raise the money on it neither, because it's high enough to live. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Myra Leonard.
Taxes and all that stuff, but y'all might could get a new easel here. Maybe. We'll get through this. I will start, so I'm going to take a couple extra minutes there. Mr. Reed, I have to disagree with you. These are not minor things. The part that gets me on this is these fees may be changed from time to time with a resolution as opposed to a public hearing. Well, I mean, if you're not in the farming business, you're a lawyer. The difference in a resolution and a public hearing is a big difference to us that aren't in the lawyer business. But anyhow, on to that. So it is a big deal to us. Cost of land use. Mr. Hill, Rex gave me some figures March 30th. The cost of our program, $58,540 for a staff. We had the GIS person that worked on land use. We had $3,200 for office space. We had $8,500 for computers, a license, all those kind of things. We had $800 for a headset, okay? With that, in the same income from Rex, because he's better than I am at getting these numbers, our projected close to what it is in our 6-year cycle, $54,000 with our application fees. And then yearly, you have people that drop in off years, $27,000. So that means that in a 6-year period, we're projected to take in $81,000 for the land use, okay? In this little paper here, this ordinance paper here that I read, and thank you, Crystal, for sending it to me. The part that I'm concerned with is, we got the whereases, to more appropriately reflect the workload involved in supporting the land use program within the county. Well, if you will recall, back at the last board meeting in June, when you adopted the 2021 budget, you eliminated the land use technician's job. Land use don't have to pay that anymore. You eliminated the GSI guy. You don't have to pay him anymore. Land use doesn't get charged for that anymore. Also in this, we had office space, $3,200. Those people don't need office space anymore. Land use probably does take up a couple file cabinets because, you got papers. It's not $3,200 worth. Computers, I will grant you we need computers, and I'll even give you an easel. You need computers, you got to have your license here. The other thing is an $800 headset. I have spent time after time after time in the commissioner's office. I don't have any idea what you're talking about, and they don't either. Headset. You're not going to charge us for the headset either, because it doesn't exist. When we started this, what I would call an attack on the land use in Carroll County, farmers were out planting, Gerald was out working, people were getting their hogs bred. There was people going ahead and raising calves because that's what the farmers in Carroll County do. Since that time that we've had the attack on land use, if you look at the newspaper, and we got some of the greatest newspaper reporters, just about the only thing positive in Carroll County is the coronavirus. The only headline that I have been able to find that's positive is how many cases we've got on the coronavirus. I went to Food Line today and I was going to get pickling salt. I don't know if you guys are in the gardening business or the canning business. You can't buy cans. You can't buy plants. You can't buy pickling salts. Our constituents out here in the county have been doing agriculture. They may not be in land use, but they have planted plants. They are harvesting them pumpkins. They're doing everything. Agriculture has been stimulating the economy here in our county. And what are we doing? We're jumping on land use again. I assert that some of you have not asked the constituents what they think about land use and the fees and the taxes. Now, I will agree with you, Rex. You've been heard after we had that stampede at one of our board meetings. You've been heard, but I'm not sure you've asked your constituents. Is it okay that we continue land use at the fees? Is it okay that you have food on your table? I contend that the constituents have been heard, but they may not have been asked. So, if we have the income of $81,000 from the projected amounts of our application fees as they are set now, when you take away all these things that are no longer a part of land use, because apparently the commissioner's office has the staff that is paid for by the state to do this program, or we wouldn't have eliminated these people here and these jobs and this headset. When you take $81,000 and you divide it by the 6-year cycle, that leaves you, no, let me take that back. You have $81,000 and you divide it by 6 years, that's $13,500 that you're taking in income to support the land use program and administer it. Well, the only thing you get to keep is you get to keep your $8,500 for your computers. Again, this stuff's gone. $8,500 for your computers. Well, at $13,500 a year, you owe Carroll County Agriculture $5,000. Carroll County Agriculture is paying for itself because we eliminated the expenses. We don't need to be raising the fees. We don't need people that are not connected with Carroll County Agriculture and Carroll County farming independently, and as this says here, be changed from, the fees may be changed from time to time. It costs money to change those fees. It costs money to reprint those papers. It costs money every time you do the fees. I contend that it needs to stay as a public hearing activity in order to set the fee as opposed to an ordinance. Because you can have, or excuse me, as a resolution. As opposed to the Board of Supervisors having a resolution, that's what the fee. Because here, guys, we owe Carroll County farmers. We owe Carroll County Agriculture. Because if we want to know how much the hot dog costs for the bake sale, you got to figure out the cost. We've eliminated the cost, and it's time to be fair to the farmers of Carroll County. Thank you.
The next speaker is Greg McGrady.
I've spoke on this subject in the last 6 months. Y'all have a policy that you can't talk on the same thing twice in 6 months, so I no longer want to speak.
And this is a little bit different than the last time, as far as land use. If you'd like to speak, you're welcome to speak.
I haven't really prepared anything, but I would like to say that I agree with Myra 100%, and that I really think that any fees that y'all raise should be open and allowed to have the community to discuss. Thank you.
And I apologize, but I cannot read the fourth person that signed up.
Would that be Trofina Horsley?
It could be, I'm not sure. I can't
If
read
it is, that would be me.
Okay.
Thank
You want to make sure?
Yeah, that's me. Sorry, I have a doctor's handwriting. At least I've been told.
That's all right.
Thank y'all for letting me speak. I haven't prepared anything because I am a local business owner as well as a local farmer, and I haven't really had the time to get everything in order the way I'd like to, so if you'll just bear with me. I'd like to add to, I'm sorry, what was your name? I'd like to add to what Myra said just a little bit, because she talked about what land use fees bring in, because that's what we're talking about changing. I would also like to add that this is not an exemption, this is a deferment. So if me as a land use participant were to decide to get out of the cattle business, for example, I could be subject to the back taxes that are owed. Is that correct? Am I correct in saying that?
For 5 years.
Yes. So I would just like to ensure everyone also that people who are in land use are not getting a discounted rate, because we still have to pay the same, what has been raised from 69.5 to 73 cents on the 100, as everyone else on our home and the immediate surrounding acreage that is not in use for farm or timber. So I would like for that to be a little bit more announced, because it seems like everyone thinks that every farmer or everyone that has timber is getting some big discounted rate over everyone else in Carroll County, but we all pay the same exact rate on our homes and land that is immediately surrounding that home. Also, I would like to say that I find it interesting that you have raised, you've done a rate increase on the personal property. You've done a rate increase on machinery and tools tax, which affects a lot of local business owners, and especially those that are in construction and things of that nature. And I don't really understand what it is that it appears the county may have against the businesses and the farmers versus someone who wants to own an airplane up to $1 million, only having to pay $100 taxes on that piece of machinery or equipment in Carroll County. That's on the Carroll County website. Are you all aware of that? That someone can own an airplane up to the value of $1 million and only have to pay $100 per year for that piece.
That's incorrect.
That's what your website says, sir.
That's correct. That's incorrect.
That's what the website says.
I can't help it, but that's not right. I'll take it.
Who's in control of that?
A plane up to $1 million is the same as a car. It's after $1 million. I'll bring this off and clarify that.
The Commissioner of Revenue assesses the value of the plane. Just like the car, you're assessed based off the loan value of that car. And there's a rate sheet somebody produces out there that values a 1990 plane, have 2 engines or whatever, how many seats. And what you pay the full rate on that personal property, which is a plane, up to $1 million. If it's over $1 million, then that rate is, I guess, there is a reduction of that rate. The purpose of that rate reduction, there is no planes valued even $750,000 and with or Carroll County. That was to entice people that have these high-value planes that pay more taxes at other airports to locate them into Carroll County so that you get additional tax revenue instead of less. If it's higher rate, there is not going to be any claims because under the current, the way I understand it, Smith County over at the airport at Mountain Empire, there's a discount for planes, and we were trying to be competitive with those high-end planes, which we have none now, so there was no loss of revenue. There was a potential to get some additional revenue from these high-end planes. That was the thought process.
So the question is then, would you rather have high-end airplanes in the county than farmers?
That's not the question at all.
That's the way it appears, though, by the rating on that website, that is the Carroll County official website. By the way that reads, I have had citizens approach me about this issue and actually sent me the link to show me that it is accurate.
I'm looking at it right here, and it don't say $100 for anything over $1 million. Airplanes over $1 million is a dollar per hundred of assessed value.
That's not what it said.
I'm reading it right here.
May I?
Yeah.
See, I don't want you to think I've got COVID.
No, it's right there.
That's not what I seen.
That's the Carroll County website, Treasurer's Office website.
Can I get your email? I'll actually email you the link that I have.
Well, it's on here. It's easier for you to get it right off this website than it is for me to get it, because I don't have a card
Oh,
with me.
okay. You don't have a card.
Ma'am, I'd like to see what you saw, because, you know, I'm not.
It wasn't just me, and other
Well, I'd like
citizens sent this
see
to
it.
me.
I mean, you know, I like to see it because I've got some issues about some stuff that we have.
I actually have my business phone out in the vehicle. That's where I have the link that the customer sent me. But I would be happy to bring that back in after the meeting and show you all, if you would like to take a look. Yeah, because it was on the link that she sent me. And because it did say up to $1 million. Airplanes up to $1 million would be $100 per year, and that's exactly how it read. Because their concern was the same as mine. They were like, it appears that Carroll County doesn't want the average income people. They want the rich people who can, afford these $1 million airplanes. And most folks in Carroll County, as I'm sure you all are well aware, couldn't, So that's just, that kind of concerned me. And especially knowing that now we're talking about increasing the application fee of the land use, that does affect us. And especially if you all have private discussions on how much to raise it, the farmers should have a say in that. And I just think that you need to at least keep it as a public hearing. I understand that, increases may need to take place from time to time, but I do think that you need to involve your people. That'll be all.
Copy.
Thank you.
Yeah, it actually does say it under, I'm not sure where.
So you do see it?
Well, it says Carroll County tax rates.
Yes.
But it doesn't say exactly what she said. It looks like words are left out. It looks like it's been copied and pasted and.
You're not looking at the same thing I see either?
That's the only other.
That's not the same.
That's the only other thing
I'll
on
run the
our
video when
website
you
that
back.
has the word airplane.
I'll be right back.
Those are all the folks that were signed up. Does anybody else like to speak? Philip, you have a question?
How many parcels of land does farmers have? Raise your hand, farmer. I'd like to know how many parcels you sign up. How many parcels? How many parcels do you sign up?
Well, you want a figure, sir?
Yeah, I mean, how many parcel of land do you have signed up?
2.
2? Yeah. Somebody else back up?
I got 2.
2.
No, 4.
Yeah, 1.
I got 1.
1. 2. 2. 2. 2. Not a big amount there if you change it, is it? I mean.
But I know the people that in one continuous
You got
farm
5.
have 6 or 8. They got these.
5 parcel?
We have over 500 acres.
I'd have some if I could remember when the darn deadline was to sign the things up. Because every time I go to sign up for it, it ain't open for enrollment, you can't do that. You come back in October and we'll talk to you. October gets here and we're so busy, that's the last thing on my mind until the tax ticket rolls in. I'm like, dang, got to do it again. so that's where I'm at with it. Yeah, I said, can I go ahead and,
I don't want to cut you off, but if you want to speak, would you mind coming
no,
in?
I'm good.
I will, because I'm proud of ours.
Okay, I promise you it'll be short. When my parents died, they left my brother and I their property. And so we had it under, or Mom and Dad put it in land use because they couldn't afford the taxes. And so they put it in land use because we have timber and cattle. Now we have done away with the cattle and we have timber. And right now it's 3 of us own it instead of 1. Our land use rate, or our taxes that we pay on it, are the same as that what my parents paid, and it's never changed. It's always the same. The only thing is we have to be really careful about is that we keep it, in agriculture. We can't sell it. But like I said earlier, it's just passed on now. It's 2 generations we passed on, and pretty soon it'll be 3. We still have it in land use. Same thing, same everything. We live on Big Reed Island Creek, and everybody knows that's the high rent district, and we're still paying just a very small amount of money. I love it because we don't have to go in any extreme to pay taxes. But I still see a thing of where what I pay and then what the neighbor down the road pays for the same kind of land, there is a great inequity there. There's a great difference. So somehow we've got to firm that up and make it all more equal or something. There's so many problems with it. But we're paying the same amount of taxes on that land that my parents paid before they died. So, good luck.
Anyone else before I close out public hearing?
I would say this, I might with Ed, Chairman.
Not going to the public, please.
He just mentioned that, and I've been meaning to bring it up, but that open enrollment for that land use, that is a little bit tricky, because it'd be nice if you could just go in there and just sign it up for, whenever, because, a lot of times we forget about it, or you're so busy, you don't know, so it would be nice if that was changed, so you could just go in there and sign it up.
Actually, I think you can go in there, you just gotta pay a late penalty, late filing penalty. And if you go in late, it just goes in the following year instead of that current year.
I see.
And when you're going through reassessment that Carroll County's doing right now, it'll be in the paper in a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, that land use applications will be due and be processed after this reassessment. So we can all look forward to getting a reassessment notice. And right after that reassessment notice, the Commissioner will print in Carroll News and Galax Gazette, land use application, reapply. For those that are already in it, they have to reapply. And for those that are not in it, you and I are not in it, then we can apply during that period. And then it'll apply on next year's taxes. If you miss that and get past that November date that I always miss, then you can pay a late filing penalty and still file. And if it's after a certain date, it just means that you're in land use. If she accepts it and grants you, but it won't be that tax year, it'll be the year after.
It'll be the year after. So they have that just so they can get it in for that year, I guess, right?
There's deadlines for everything.
There is.
So
I'd like to not have to pay that fee. Since I'm up here, I might as well ask. But say they're reassessing everything now?
Yes, sir. And it's almost finished. As a matter of fact,
Daggone, it just seems like they just done one of those.
I have a letter here from the reassessment group that says.
6 years? Has it been 6 years since they done that? Jeez.
As of September 11th, approximately
Time flies when you're
32,000
older.
parcels have been.
That goes
reported
fast, huh?
suspected. This is 96% of the total number of parcels in the county. Also, about 29,500 parcels, approximately 89% have been updated in the assessment software. By early October, we will finish our field assessments and complete all data entry. And by late October, in order to mail value ordinances, notices in mid-November. So in November, mid-November, you will be getting a reassessment notice on every property. Shortly after that, board of assessors, they'll be in the paper, apply for land use.
Apply for, so if you do have anything in land use, you still gotta reapply.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't reapply, then it gets kicked out of land use.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I see. That's a tricky one, isn't it?
It's easy to do, it's not a big deal.
Unless you forget it. And then which is what I would do.
I'll just call you.
You might just have to call me. Slade.
I expect you to take care of Todd. I mean,
I know, yeah.
how can you
it's
take
tough.
care of him if you
It's
can't
a
take
little
care of yourself?
It's a little tough, Robbie. It's a little tough. Anyway, I appreciate it. Sorry. Thank y'all.
I understand in the land use, each parcel is supposed to qualify for the land use. We got a lot of them that's signing up 4 or 5 or 6 tracts.
Mhm.
Some of them have been subdivided. They're signing them up into that. And my understanding is each parcel is supposed to qualify. If it's agriculture, it's gotta be $1,000 income each year from it to qualify. A lot of them not paying $1,000, you know? So
Oh, I see.
somebody else farming it finally on their Schedule F, and qualifying, which, my understanding, not legal.
And you have to do.
Sleelac.
The Code of Virginia says
Look
you
up
can do that.
Sleelac.
Right.
We got an attorney sitting over there, asked Tim to what he's saying.
Well, I just wanted to speak about the open enrollment, so I'll let y'all talk about that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to ask our attorney a question. We can't raise the fees at all without a public hearing, correct? I mean, it takes more than a resolution. You have to have a public hearing to raise any fees that we have or anything, correct?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
I can answer that. I talked to the last county, the Steve guy. If you pass this, the very last sentence on that thing on there says that the fees can be raised by resolution. The board said, read that
I got
at
you.
the very last of the whereas paper. At the very
I got
yes. This is what this is over. This public hearing is over the 2 parcel thing, and it is, there wasn't anything about the dates. He mentioned dates, but there ain't anything about the dates. That last sentence, these fees may be changed from time to time by resolution by the Board of Supervisors. As explained by the county attorney to me, like, in October, if you decide you want to raise the application fee to $500, somebody makes a motion, somebody seconds it, you have a road. I'm telling you, my pigs are getting tired of this. A resolution means that you guys can make a motion, make a resolution that says, we're gonna make it $500 application fee. Then 2 months from now, you can decide, well, you know, I don't like that idea. Then you just do another resolution. And it's just endless. It can just be changed anytime you want to without any kind of input. Yeah. As it is now, you have to have a public hearing to set the fees. But that's that last little sentence that's on there that it is a big deal. Is there not a big deal, a difference between a resolution that this board can do at their privilege versus a public hearing that has to be advertised and have public input?
For raising taxes, changing tax rates, you need to have a public hearing. For a resolution, you're right, you don't have to have a public hearing. But we're not talking about, well, unless it's raising tax rates, but for just a simple resolution, which is changing a fee, I guess you probably don't need a public hearing.
Well, you think we don't need a public hearing. We think we need a public,
want.
yes, we want a public hearing so that we can have input with our Board of Supervisors. Now, we different, yes. Yes, because you like resolutions, when people do great things in our county, that's a resolution, you know, our EMS, our people like that. This is serious. This in fact affects lots of people. So anyhow, the other attorney, we went over this over and over. Thank you.
I have a second.
Go ahead.
Y'all have heard Meyer today and all the comments. Now I asked, what are you gonna do? You know,
We haven't got to that point yet.
do what?
We have not gotten to that point.
You haven't got to that point.
We just take the opinion right now.
When will you know?
Well, depends. That depends on the board. As soon as everybody finishes speaking, then we'll get to the next point.
Well, I saw a scale of the whole county, I mean, not the whole state, and we're already in the high rate of, and, you know, like Loudoun County or some of the more counties that richer than we are, it may be $1, but, you know, we're not rich here in Carroll County.
That's what I try to tell my insurance people. They go up on me every year on counting my age, you know?
Seeing no else, I'll close the public hearing at 7:34 p.m. There were actually two parts to this public hearing, one of which was not addressed. I think it's fairly uncomplicated, but it's for the real estate tax exemption for the elderly, disabled, or disabled veterans. The only thing in the ordinance was to change the date from May the 1st to March the 1st. That's the only difference that we're changing in the ordinance. So I think maybe if we could take action on that, then we can discuss the other one. It seems to be more controversial.
And the commissioner asked, since we went to twice a year taxation, that date be changed so that the land books, when they're prepared for the initial portion of the taxation for real estate, that they give the credit that's due at that first meeting with those applications be in and prepared and processed.
So I hear a motion that we either accept or deny that ordinance amending the code, change the date from May the 1st to March the 1st.
Mr. Chairman, I make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Would y'all like to take a look at this, just so you can see what I was saying?
We're in the middle of a motion right now.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Moore?
The real estate tax exemption only, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Yes. Now, on the other one, is that something we need to take action tonight on?
According to, when I talked to Miss Zimmerman, unless somebody else was, last time I talked to her, she wanted us to take action so that she has to prepare the notices. I talked to Lowell about, get those printed and be ready to mail. So I think we need to take action on the second part too.
Okay. You heard that it's been requested that we take action on the first part about the land use change. Is there a motion?
I make a motion, we leave it like it is.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion.
My question is, will we not have to put the rate in here and do that?
If we leave it like it is, I mean.
The rate's what, 25? A parcel.
$25
Right.
and then every tip 25 cents.
And it's per parcel.
Yeah, because if we do raise it, I mean, it's another tax we're adding, in my opinion, but.
I do need to make a pronouncement.
Okay.
I don't know where we need to do this before we vote or during the discussion, but anyway. Go ahead.
I'll rescind my motion till you make your announcement.
Yeah, well. how
I'll
should we
rescind
do
my
it?
second.
I'm on land use myself, so I just make that pronouncement. Everybody knows that our vote will be based on what I believe is the correct way to do it. Is that the best, is that the right way to do it? Mr. Attorney?
Think so.
All right.
I'll have to admit that I'm on land use also, and last month I paid back for 5 years on a parcel I sold, so it does work.
Now.
Bill?
You rescinded your motion, right? Or not?
Is Philip on land use?
I don't know. I'm not on land use. so
I make a motion that we leave it like it is.
Okay.
There we go.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, that's where we were before. Now, is there any discussion?
I want to say this one thing about this. I have no problem with this land use. I just seconded the motion, and I'm going to vote for the motion. What I want to see happen is that it says in the program, I'm sitting here looking at it, y'all can go to the Sleelak, Virginia Extension Office and look at it. $25 fee, and it's per parcel. It don't matter if you got 15 parcels, you got to pay $25 a parcel. And there's several other things that, after talking with some people, that appear that have not been monitored and handled in the correct way. And I just ask that that be something that we pursue to be done, is for it to be handled and monitored in the correct way. That's all I've got to say.
Is there any more discussion?
Now, can we just be sure here, this means that it cannot be
Excuse me,
changed?
excuse me, we're not taking discussion with all this right now.
We'll be back.
Mr. Dalton?
My question, Mr. Chairman, is are you taking this amendment to the ordinance that clarifies 2 or more parcels with the current land use fees that are being assessed, and inserting that into the numbers and accepting this amendment to the ordinance?
The numbers we have now,
Right.
but not a resolution to where we couldn't have a
Right.
public hearing.
You're inserting that?
Yes.
Okay. Trying
Right.
to figure out what.
All right, yeah, I understand. Yeah.
What we're saying
Yeah.
Well, I said it just confused me.
Yeah. Can you clarify that?
I understand that we have to have it in place with the same values as what we have now. And it not be a resolution to where we cannot have a public hearing in the future.
Don't have to have a
Don't
public-
have a,
yeah.
I want always to be able to have a public hearing as far as the land use in my motion.
Okay, is there?
All right, there you go.
To further the muddle of the thing, are we changing the public hearing just to change the resolution to public hearing?
I think that's what they're talking about.
I got you, okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep, that's it.
Now, I've got
Tom
a
asked you a question, you want to answer?
Go ahead, Tom.
Are you accepting the public hearing with that change? Is that what you're doing?
I took okay, I'll just read the section D of this, 221/44, application for classified assessment. Under section D, this is gonna be my motion. The application fee at the rate of $25 per parcel plus 25 cents per acre on the total of acreage per individual owner shall be paid to the treasurer of the county for each application field. Under this section, the application fee shall apply to original as well as renewal applications upon the payment of such application fee, together with the payment at the late filing of the treasurer, and then more than 60 days after the filing deadline specific in this section. And there is it's marked through, these fees may be changed during the resolution. That's not it. So it's everything but the last
you just
sentence. And I
eliminate
plugged
that
in
last
the
sentence.
$25.
Okay. We had an original motion on the floor. Did you rescind your second, Robbie?
I did.
And you rescind your motion?
I did.
Okay, let's start all over again.
Yeah, that motion I just read.
Okay.
I'll second that motion he just read.
Is there any discussion on the new motion? Y'all making it tough on the chairman. I'll send you ready to vote then on the motion to eliminate that last sentence. These fees may be changed from time to time by resolution by the board of supervisors and adding the numbers. All in favor, we'll start with Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
What's next? Okay, we're down to the consent calendar, and we need to approve it. Are there any questions about the consent calendar? Anybody want to approve the consent calendar?
I do have a question on it. When going through the employees, is there a new hiring and maintenance for mowing part-time? That wasn't here.
We brought the person in, when we got some short staff, we brought the person, it's not a new hire. He had always worked for us in the past,
Okay,
but there is training.
okay.
We brought,
Mr. Ogle?
yeah.
I make a motion we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Make a motion, we approve I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. There's a new discussion. Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote, then I'll start with Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
No.
Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Next is payment of invoices. That requires approval of the board.
I make a motion, we approve the payment of the invoices.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the payment of invoices. Any discussion? Since you're ready to vote, I'll start with Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Yes. We have 5 meetings to approve the minutes. The first one on June 29th is a correction. I think that's a numbers correction. Is that correct, Mr. Dahl?
Yes.
One whole line was left out, my fault.
And then August 10th, August 12th, August 28th, and September the 8th. Do you have any corrections to those minutes other than the ones that have been made to the June 29th?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we accept the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion. I'll start with voting with Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Yes. Under new business, is Lisa here? Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, I looked right over you.
Good evening. I understand you all had some questions on the rural addition program. And if I can just briefly, that program is to take roads that are not state maintained and bring them into the system. And that program's been around for decades, and it hadn't been many changes to it. The road has to have a dedicated, at least a 40-foot right-of-way. It has to serve 3 or more owners of varied proprietorship, 3 different owners. And that's really the basic criteria of the program. What has changed a lot over the years is the funding. We used to get, a lot more secondary funds than we do now. By Code of Virginia, you can only allocate 5% of your secondary allocation to rural additions. Now, your secondary construction budget consists of 2 things. It consists of unpaved road funds and telefees. Those unpaved road funds can't be spent on anything other than paving state-maintained roads. So the only funding that would be available to you for rural additions, that is bringing roads into the system, is 5% of that telefee, which is, today, it's $96,000. So that'll be about $4,800 that you could use for rural additions. And let me go back and explain too, when we take a road in the system, it has to be like new, it has to be in good condition, because we don't off the bat want to start spending money to maintain it. So those rural addition funds are used to upgrade that road to current standards. And that's about all I can share with you, unless you got some specific questions.
Mr. Dalton had a question.
Yes.
More of a statement, I guess. On the rural additions portion of it, the county has got several county-maintained roadways that have already been paved, ditches and stuff. The county has been taken care of, but that's the reason rural addition is on there, is we'd really like sometime to meet with you when things get better and look at those roads and transfer, see if there's a means that we can get those roads taken over by the state and let y'all maintain them, because the county, we're not in the road business.
Right. And the big thing is the service. Does it provide a public service to others, the 3 or more? And what would take to get it into a good condition. But yes, sir, we'll be glad to do that with the funding that's available.
Well, the road that I'm speaking of, it would currently serve more than 3, or at least 3, not legally, but what they use. So that would take us out of that just by simply donating the road right away and
Right.
the road, and allow them to use that property, because their other access is almost non-existent.
It does. It sounds like a good case, and I know the road that you're speaking of, and I've been there just a short distance in, but didn't go further back in there. So, but yes, sir, be glad to. And
Any other questions of Lisa about the rural additions? Were you also gonna go over the 58?
I will. Yes, and I apologize for the sketch and all the colors and the different mileages, but I'll tell you what it is, really. This is when we built the Hillsville bypass, and any road that we do, the Hillsville bypass just happened to be a complicated project. What we usually do right after we're finished with it, we add roads in and take roads out, and do a lot of changes to our roadway inventory. That was never done on the Hillsville bypass, and it was completed in August of 2011. So here we are 9 years later and trying to catch up on our paperwork. You know, I don't know if you have any specific questions on what we want to do with certain roads, abandon some, add some, different things, but I will tell you, what I'm asking you to approve tonight will not change the use, the way it's being used now. So if it's not a road there, it won't be one, and if we've added something new, then that's in this resolution. So it's basically just formalizing what's in place today is what I'm asking to do. And I apologize for this coming so long after the fact.
This one little place that's got goes from solid to dot, what's the dot mean?
I think there's a place in between where nothing was done until we get to something.
Okay. All of it was on the legend except for the dot.
Except for the dotted. I think that's what that was. It wasn't, it's not continuous. You skip and then you hit a change. I believe that's what that is. You skip a distance. Yeah, that's on 703, that's on Gardner's Mill. I see it.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the resolution.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the resolution for about 58 changes. Is there any discussion? Looks like you're ready to vote. I'll start with Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and just a couple more things I had on the rural rustic projects for this year. We're working on our last one, and that's Fieldview. Well, we're paving Collier School Road the rest of this week, and then we'll start on Fieldview after that, and that'll do us for this year. I had talked to Mr. Dalton briefly about our 6-year plan public hearing, and I know VDOT's not holding any public hearings. You know, that's your choice if you would like to take the lead and still hold that hearing, but the way we've been functioning through the pandemic is we're just continuing on with the 6-year plan that we have in place until we get to a point in time that we're ready to have a public hearing. And if that's okay with you, because we have plenty of roads that are on the plan now that'll last us, you know, for a little while before we have to start adding anything new. So if that's okay with you all, that's what I would recommend we do, but that's your decision.
Lisa, I do have a question about Elkhorn Road. I know had questioned it sometime last year, and it was a plan for it to be paved or retopped or some repairs done on it. Do you know if that's where that stands, or?
No, I don't right off the bat, but I'll check it and
I
get
would
back with you
appreciate it, 'cause
tomorrow.
I'm getting a lot of, I'm sure Tom may be hearing a little bit of it too. It's pretty rough shape, especially on the Piper's Gap end of it.
Okay. I know we've had to do a lot of patching on it, and we're still paving this year. We still got contract paving going on, so I'll check.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
The potholes are not getting as small.
So they're not getting small. Sorry. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Lisa.
for coming, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. The next item is animal control claim. Looks like there were 4 goats that were killed by dogs, and there is a claim. approve or not?
Yes.
Were the dogs captured?
I don't think so.
That's why.
I assume
It's
since
not.
there's a picture there and then they're no longer in the picture, that they were captured.
The pictures run out one short.
Is this typically what we do? Reimburse the landowner?
I think we actually have an ordinance.
Yeah, I think so.
Make a motion, we approve the expenditure.
Okay, there's been a motion to approve the claim. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. I'll start the vote with Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Yes. Next item is a second quarter appropriation, and you have those numbers in front of you.
I make a motion, we approve the second quarter.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second that we approve the second quarter appropriations. Is there discussion?
Just for everybody to note, if you'll notice the last item under the CARES Act, that it's 100%, not not half. It's the full amount so that it can be done in this quarter.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other discussion or information today?
The second issue under this appropriation, I have included a second quarter of the sheriff for an appropriation that requires, when you do this, we've done the day reporting for one quarter to get where we were looking at it. What's happened with the court system, that's not an adequate sample to go through. I've talked to the sheriff about it, and we need to add the second quarter for half a year to get a good sample of what the day reporting is going to do.
So that's included, the second quarter is in there now.
Yes.
I'll start the voting with Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Yes. We put aside $25,000 for some nonprofit grants, and you see a list of those, which is our next item of business. There are 6 nonprofits in the county that have asked for grants, ranging from $10,000 to $1,500. That will require an approval from the board.
I make a motion that we approve these nonprofit requests.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
There's been a motion and a second that we approve these grants to the 6 nonprofits. In the discussion.
I'd like for us in the future to develop, I guess, criteria. A lot of these are utilities, insurance, maintenance of facilities. That's typically not what a grant's for. And we should make a determination of how much we give, and we should have something more than what it does for, what it's going to impact the county and that sort of thing. It's just, I think we need some policies and procedures for that going forward.
Okay, we'll note that. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I guess we're ready to vote. I'll start with Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Yes. The next item, it came from the VDOT, Department of Transportation, and it involves the road into Wildwood. And we do have a deadline of May the 16th, 2021, in order to get some business in there. And I think we need to share this information with Reseda. And so I would just like to take that information, whoever the Reseda representatives take it to.
Myself and Mr. Hill will proceed more. We will take this across. There's another subject I'd like to bring up about this. I'd like to ask the county attorney to research the original option for this, before Reseda bought the property, showed that in that option that people that we bought the land from would reimburse us if there wasn't an industry located in that park at a certain time. The sale agreement didn't reflect what the option agreement said. I would ask the board to request the county attorney to look into that option agreement, sale agreement, and see if there's an inadvertent mistake of leaving that reimbursement out, or what was going on with that. But we will present this to the receiver.
That doesn't require any court action.
Just direction from the chairman to the county attorney.
You got it.
I will have to say that the General Assembly has allowed this to be moved forward or moved back several different times. We've asked our elected officials to see if they could do the same thing. Now, whether or not that happens, I don't
I
know.
have sent a request to Delegate Campbell, our state senator, to ask that we be given one additional year to 2021 to make this happen. Have a qualifying business. We'll see how that goes because of COVID.
Anything else about that? Our next item is a resolution concerning the 2020 personal property tax relief for Carroll County. And I'll do my best to read the resolution with my voice. But this involves the vehicles in Carroll County. Whereas the Personal Property Tax Relief Act of 1998, Virginia Code 58.1-3523, BBTRA, has been substantially modified by the enactment of Chapter 1 of the Acts of the Assembly, 2004 Special Session, Senate Bill 5005, and the provisions of Item 503 of Chapter 951 of the 2005 Acts of the Assembly, which makes revisions to the 2024 and 2006 Appropriations Act. Herein cited as a 2005 Appropriations Act. And whereas these legislative enactments require the county to take affirmative steps to implement these changes and to provide for the computation and allocation of relief provided pursuant to the BPTRA as revised, and whereas these legislative enactments provide for the appropriation to the county of a fixed sum to be used exclusively for the provision of tax relief to owners of qualifying personal use vehicles that are subject to the personal property tax on such vehicles. Now therefore be it resolved by the Carroll County Board of Supervisors, the qualifying vehicles obtaining status within the county during the tax year 2020 shall receive personal property tax relief in the following manner. Personal use vehicles valued at $1,000 or less will be eligible for 100% tax relief. Personal use vehicles valued at $1,001 to $20,000 will be eligible for 25.92% tax relief. Personal use vehicles valued at $20,001 or more shall receive 25.92% tax relief on the first $20,000 of value, and all other vehicles which do not meet the definition of qualifying, which are business-use vehicles, farm-use vehicles, motorhomes, etc., will not be eligible for any form of tax relief under this program. And if you agree with that resolution, I'll need a motion.
Make a motion, we approve the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion. Please don't ask me to read it again. Since you're ready to vote, I'll start with Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Dalton, do you want to go over the county vehicle accident policy?
Yes, sir. After reviewing the county personnel policy, we really didn't cover accidents. We covered use of vehicles. I would request that y'all adopt this policy of how we report an accident, so that we have directions from the board and incorporate this into the personnel policy.
I hope everybody's had a chance to read this, but we do need to approve it. We'd like this change.
I do have, one thing I think, in my opinion, that should be added is if it's a accident that involves damage to a vehicle or property, they should be required to take a drug test. I think that should be required.
You can add that if you
And
like.
they do.
I think that should be added. It's the only thing I think that needs to be added, so.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Alcohol and drug test.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at what was presented to you plus the addition of the.
Plus that addition.
After an accident.
And if that's okay, then I'll make a motion that we accept this policy with that addition.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll start with Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Yes. The county has received a couple of grants from the Department of Criminal Justice Services, which we need to approve to accept. The first one is in an amount of $13,355. And there are some conditions and requirements. If you don't have any questions, we can vote to accept that. If you have any questions, maybe Mr. Dalton can answer them.
Mr. Chairman, a motion to amend and appropriate those monies if they weren't included. Ms. Dalton from my office did the application first. That gives the finance department ability to purchase laptops so they can remote work from home if they get sick, and we don't have to worry about getting payroll and everything done. So, the motion, we amend and appropriate that finance.
I make a motion that we amend and appropriate those funds to finance department.
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Discussion. Since you get ready to vote, I'll start with Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Yes. The second grant is for the Commission of the Revenue, and it was in the amount of $6,684. Project period is from January the 20th, 2020 to September the 30th, 2021. You want to speak to that one?
Yes, sir. This is the same grant program. We sent it around to all the departments, and Ms. Zimmerman applied for that for the Commission of Revenue, and it was granted, and she did a good job. And I would request that you amend and appropriate that for the budget.
buy those two pieces of equipment.
All right. Do I hear a motion to accept that grant of $6,684 for the commission revenue?
I so move.
Second.
Second.
Discussion. We'll start the vote. Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Yes. That concludes all our new business that I have. Under old business, the first item is CARES Act funds. Have we already covered that?
No, sir, we have not. You did appropriate for Small Business Act money. Maybe the county attorney can help me with this. My understanding, the Board of Supervisors cannot provide grants to businesses or people. We have to funnel that money through the EDA to provide grants and that type of thing to businesses as an incentive. I think particularly by law, we're prohibited from doing that. And what I'm asking is that, recommending that the $400,000 go to their budget and they be the same people, the same staff will work on it, but it'll be bundled through their staffs to make this appropriately follow the state laws. And with that package, you have the little application we've already prepared, how to go about it. If you want to make a stipulation that they not fund anything until they submit you a package back of the recommendations.
Biggest thing would be getting close on time at that point.
Yes.
Will it be understanding they'll return anything that's not used?
Yes.
We will have the money committed by the election day or about November the 15th. And then if it's not committed, we're going to repurpose it back to something that we already had an application for, whether it be the schools, the sheriff, or EMS.
I make a motion with that caveat.
Hey, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any more discussion? I'll start with Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Yes. Did that include the applications on the next?
It included the next two.
Mhm.
We're good.
Okay. I thought we were. Well, it looks like to me we're down to board members' comments. We are going to go to the closed session shortly, but we'll close out the public session of the meeting with the comments. We'll start with Mr. McCraw. Philip.
I didn't have anything.
You okay? Mr. Moore?
No, I just thank everybody for coming out. I do want to try to meet with Ron. I think that there's a lot of roads and stuff around that people want to, that VDOT's give back to there's no easements there now, so they abandonments, and got 2 or 3 in my district I'm meeting with Ron about maybe to look at in the near future, see what we can try to bundle it all in one package or none. You know, I know we have to have a public hearing or whatnot for it, but other than that, I'm good.
Thank you. Mr. McCraw?
I think it's been a fairly productive meeting tonight. I appreciate everyone that's come out and spoke and shared their thoughts with us. Just asked everyone to stay safe and keep going on.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rex?
Yeah, I'd just like to explain the headset is our telephone system that's in each office that we pay $800 a month or a year for. And I'll explain that. Also, thanks to all our employees, all the work they've done and the grants that they've fixed, that's very helpful to the county. And everybody be safe out there. Be safe. That's all.
Thank you. I thought we had a good meeting. It was long. We've been here since 4:30, but I think we heard a lot of good comments from our citizens, and it's always helpful for us to know what their thinking is. And I appreciate them taking the time to share those thoughts with us. We do want to keep Steve Durbin's daughter in our thoughts and prayers as she recovers from her surgery. And I appreciate Reed being here tonight. Kind of threw you under the bus with all these things that you weren't too familiar with, but we appreciate it.
It's been a
anyway.
pleasure, and I know Steve thanks you for all your prayers.
And with that said, I'm going to turn the meeting over to our county administrator comments.
Mr. Chairman, I've been unspeakable. Ms. Andrews has corrected me. The hazardous duty pay item is under the nationwide insurance. We have a voluntary deduction program here for pre-tax. Some of the people have asked that they be allowed, because their spouses and others are unemployed, that they be allowed to access their retirement accounts. And I request the board's permission to sign the papers that allows that to happen.
That requires a motion. Did everybody understand what Mr. Dalton said?
I make a motion to adhere to what Mr. Dalton asked.
No, second.
Discussion?
Second.
Hearing no discussion, I assume you ready to vote on that, Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Moore? Yes. Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Yes. Did you have anything else, Mr. Dalton?
I would defer my comments to the come out of closed session. That's it.
We also need to approve the hazardous duty actuary study.
A second study. The Carroll County Fire and Rescue currently is not under hazardous duty pay. Well, hazardous duty pay, like under the sheriff's department, gives them an additional multiplier for the retirement. Instead of retiring at 30, they can retire at 20 and 25. That study requires that the board authorize the county administrator to pay an actuarial study to see what it's actually cost, so that I can present it back to the board to see the cost of the implementation. I'd request that y'all authorize us to do that actuarial study for the fire and rescue squad people.
What will that cost, just have an idea?
I will tell you in this
Well,
$1,250
salary.
15. We should be able to cover that in our budget already. $1,500.
Make a motion that we authorize Mr. Dalton to, the county administrator, to perform the study.
There's a second.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll start with Mr. McCraw.
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Yes. Was that all you needed, Mr. Dalton?
Ms. Adams, she says yes.
Are you finished, Crystal?
Sorry.
I do have one announcement. The board will have a meeting for a personnel issue at an undisclosed location, starting at 3:30 on Wednesday, September the 16th. Do I hear a motion to go into closed session?
I make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
For what?
Oh, yeah.
Personnel
Personnel?
and undisclosed business.
That's A1 and
A1 and A5, maybe?
A1, A8.
Yep.
We voted on going into closed session.
Yes.
Mr. Crawford.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. Crawford.
Yes.
Yes.
What's that?
Or all three, all of you.
I know that one, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm expecting that.
I started to say that in there. That wasn't gonna happen. Well, that tells me, of course, I don't figure that. You have to know the little inside stuff too.
I just don't know the 6 persons.
Fortunately, I have someone to tell me.
I'd like to get a motion that we come out of closed session.
Make a motion, we come out of closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
We'll start with Mr. Moore.
Yes.
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 Yes. I'd like a certification that we haven't talked about the items that we said going into the closed session, section A, 1 and 5.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Please indicate that you so certified. We'll start with Mr. Moore.
I so certify.
Mr. Carroll.
I so certify.
So certified.
Mr.
I say certified.
I so certified. Did you say you wanted to say something after the?
I did.
Okay.
If I may.
You're up.
I will be leaving on a little journey this Thursday afternoon. I'm gonna play golf in a golf tournament on Friday at some location. I will be back at work on Monday, September the 28th.
Which brings to a question, are we gonna have a second meeting in September or not?
Yeah, I think we can just carry the next meeting over. We can pretty much, we gotta meet Wednesday. We can decide Wednesday if we're going.
You'll not have anybody preparing agendas.
Well,
I'm taking vacation too.
You corrected me on that.
Sounds like they're making the decision for us.
Yeah.
okay.
Sounded like to me, like that was a no.
If we need to, we'll have a special call meeting.
That's it.
Very good.
Yeah.
If there's no other business, I have a motion for adjournment.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second?
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you. Ladies.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. Kevin,